talk. It's time to rock. G'day, guys. It's always my pleasure to be doing live streams with guys that are on time and well prepared, unlike myself. So thank you guys for turning up and being the prime motivators of this week's show. How are you all?
Doing well, Mike. Doing well, mate. Doing well. Thank you so much for having us again. And thank you, Michael, for jumping on with us.
Doing great.
It's Michael's show.
For having me back.
It's your show, Michael. It's your show. We're just the guests.
It's our show.
Hey, look, guys, just before we get into the meat and potatoes of the show, we're streaming on, obviously, YouTube. We're streaming on All About the Blues, our Facebook group, which has about, about 9,000 members. So if you guys are watching from there, please subscribe to the channel, and we'll put some links for Brad and Michael's channels if you can subscribe. And we're also streaming on our Eric Clapton Facebook group too. So if you guys, again, are watching there, please subscribe and support the channel. We'll be grateful. We've got some updates later on in the show regarding the Eddie Van Halen T-shirt competition. So we'll get a chance later on to talk about that. We've got a couple of other bits to talk about. Brad's got a tech and tone tip, so don't let me forget that, guys. I'm relying on the guys in the chat to remind us about that, because that's going to be very interesting. And before I hand it over to Michael, I just want to do a quick shout out to Warren. Thank you, Warren. Warren is supporting the show big time, brother. Appreciate it. I'll have to have a chat to Brad about getting that strap back to you, I suppose. We've got Arvin from Canada in the chat. We've got D-Tube. G'day, brother. We've got Teresa from Brazil joining us. And Derek said that he's going to watch the show later on. And we had a comment earlier in the chat from KXM Rock. So we've got 5 or 6 people watching us, so that's good. We do get a lot of views, so, you know, if people aren't watching us live, guys, they do jump on and they think that what we say might be pretty interesting or entertaining or important. So pretty humbling.
Well, I think with the amount of knowledge that we're going to be finding out, Andrew, you and I we're going to be learning a ton load here from Michael. So I think everyone's in for a bit of a treat. So looking forward to it.
Yeah. And it's a T-shirt show off time too, guys. T-shirt show off time.
Yeah.
You know, it's yeah. yeah. I was wearing something else shirt. And yeah. Oh, you're wearing yeah. Getting ready for the gig. Michael said something nice before we went live, guys. He watched the show that I did with Brad midweek and thought that was pretty interesting. So, you know, thank you, Michael, for that. And you know, it's just a couple of guys hanging out, but it was always something that we had scheduled, a part 2, and we've got part 3 and part 4. There's a lot of stuff that we've got to talk to Brad about, that we've got to get out of him, that we don't do on these shows. So yeah, we look forward to it.
No, thank you, guys. Appreciate that. It was really fun to it was just like us two hanging out, Andrew.
Yeah.
That's how, you know, so it was cool.
Yeah. So 24 nights, guys. We're doing the DVD. We spoke a bit about it last week. I think we all agree that it's a pivotal point in our musical development and history as guitarists and Clapton fans. I'm going to tell you guys something before I hand it over to both of you. When I was listening and ranking and thinking about this DVD over the week, I didn't realize actually how central Clapton is. Look, I'm a Clapton nut, but I don't actually realize sometimes how deep he is ingrained in me as a guitar player and a music fan. So it might come out in my scores, guys, that I am a one-eyed Clapton fan. So I make no apologies for that.
You don't need to make any apologies, Andrew. So I think everyone that's a Clapton nut identifies pretty strongly with this DVD. and they would forgive you for saying you're a one-eyed Clapton fan, because what can you say? I mean, I don't want to give my rankings away too early, but yeah, very similar. I reckon there's no surprises. It's you know, I'm more looking forward to the talking about his song and getting all the information from Michael and all the rest of it. So it's going to be great.
Awesome. So while you guys are here, so there's Michael's Instagram. So chuck him a sub if you haven't already chucked him a sub. He's easy to find. I happen to have. Follow him there. He'll keep you in touch with what he's doing. And also, if you guys haven't checked out Brad, there's Brad there on Instagram. Brad Cook Music, easy. Check Brad out there. Brad's doing lots of stuff over there, but he also keeps you up to date with what we're doing here too. So it's always a good thing. Always a good thing to do. And you know, look, I've got to do this now. If you guys haven't checked this out, you sit back and just watch this.
Brad Cook is in the chat now, and I posted a story earlier today and asked people, if you want to ask a question, you can put it in here. Brad didn't have a question. It was more of a suggestion. He said you need to collaborate with somebody from Australia.
Okay. Yes, please. And I mean, how much do we love Brad? Brad is the coolest. He's such a nice guy and such a great player. And again, that's the energy I'm talking about, like that kind of thing where I feel the love for the music first and foremost, you know, when I hear his music. So and I would love to come to Australia, you know, just always looking for real people to work with.
Right.
Wow.
Yeah. My gosh, what a shout out.
Yeah, wow, yeah, I was still a bit chuffed about that. That was pretty cool. But Philip's an amazing guy, and obviously I think we spoke about him a little bit last week, Andrew. The Spirit Rising album. So everyone, if you haven't already, go and check out his latest release. It's amazing. It's such a moving album, but it's really inspirational. But we'll say this: Philip's been really nice to me in messages back and forwards, and congratulated me on my my EP release and things like that. So thank you, Philip, for the shout out. It was really cool.
Hey, you're not the only one that's mates with Phil. You know, he liked my post, bro.
It's not the same.
Andrew, I think he's everyone's. He's a good guy. He's such a heartfelt guy. I'm sure if you go back and watch any of his interviews or anything like that, he's such a heartfelt guy, and you know, that's just, you know, put the music thing aside. I think he's a wonderful human being. So yeah, he would definitely appreciate that.
No, it's cool. It's cool. Very, very, very proud to be associated with Brad, and everyone in the chat too. You should feel proud because we're all a family. We all hang out together. We've got our own little thing going here. So you know, we share good news. We share it, and we're all part of it, and we relish it, and we all immerse ourselves in it because you know, that's what it's about. So well done, bro. Well done. And I just want to do a quick shout out. We got Laz Therapy saying that he's just going to say g'day and he's going to pop in and watch the show later on. So thanks, Laz, for joining us.
Thanks, Laz.
Jeepers, I've done enough talking. This is not my show. This is not Brad's show. This is Michael's show. So Michael, kick it off, brother. Kick it off. Tell us, so you're going to introduce the song. You're going to talk about it. You're going to give your ranking, followed by Brad and then myself. So that's the format. And Michael's going to go as deep as he wants to. And if you guys have any questions or any opinions as well, throw them in the chat and we'll endeavor to get to them. Thanks a lot.
Okay, so 24 Nights. 24 Nights actually gets its name from... It actually came from 42 nights performed at the Royal Albert Hall. And 18 performances happened in the year 1990. And then Clapton performed 24 nights in 1991. And that's where they got the title for the DVD. It was, I think, 24 consecutive nights, or maybe 2 or 3 days apart, in January, February of 1990 and 1991. So I think that's how the album got its name. And the actual performances that made it to DVD actually come from 4 nights. So even though it's called 24 Nights, the performances come from 4 nights. And those nights are January 24th, 1990, February 5th, 1990, either February 9th or 10th from 1990. So a lot of good stuff came from 1990. And then finally, the 9-piece band, the Pretending, Bad Love, Old Love, Wonderful Tonight stuff, that came from February of 1991. So those 4 nights made up the majority, or the entirety actually, of the DVD. And they actually got 2 other takes, one of Badge and one of Hoodoo Man, which were included on the CD but not on the DVD. And I don't know why they don't have footage of that, but that would be interesting to see someday. So that's a little bit of background behind where the album got its name. And as a lot of people know, I consider that album to be the most important live album that I've ever known, because of the performances, the musicianship, the arrangements, and the sound. The audio mix of that record is outstanding. It's, I think, the blueprint for live mixes. And I was very fortunate to speak to the guy who mixed the album. His name is Alex Haas, Haas, who is an engineer and a producer. And he has a lot of great originals as well. So you should definitely check him out. And he offered a lot of insights into how the album was mixed. And I guess as we go on track by track, I'll try and include any information that Alex gave to me. So I think now we should just dive into the tracks.
Let's do it.
The first track on 24 Nights is Running on Faith. And right before Running on Faith starts, you kind of hear this orchestral intro of Layla. And it's very short, maybe 15 seconds or so. And they show imagery of the Albert Hall. And it's just a very magical moment, because not many of us have heard Layla orchestrated like that. It sounded really, really gorgeous. And those orchestrations were done by Michael Kamen, the conductor and composer, who we'll talk about a little bit later. So that happens for about 15 seconds, and then we get into Running on Faith. I'm going to just pull some notes here, because I got a lot of notes for these songs.
No problem.
What I wanted to say about Running on Faith that we didn't mention last time was how dynamic of a song it is. And dynamic just means that it could be quiet and then get loud and then get quiet again. And it's just a great example of a ballad that is very dynamic. And the song starts off with Greg Philliganes on piano, and then a drum, what we call flam, which is when 2 sticks hit a drum about a couple of milliseconds apart. So you could think of a song like We Will Rock You, where there's a kick drum, bum, bum, ba, bum, bum, ba. That's what the drummer is doing. The drummer on this performance, his name is Steve Ferroni, and he's just absolutely phenomenal. And the drum sound on this recording is also phenomenal. So besides that intro, which is great, Eric is using a chorus effect on his guitar, a chorus effects pedal, and it's got this kind of chimey sound to it that sounds really, really nice. And it's fitting for a ballad song, a ballad type song like this. His vocals are extremely strong throughout the song. I think that the first guitar solo is very, very melodic and not showy at all. It helps to advance the song perfectly. And it sets up the next chorus that happens. The backing vocals provided by Nathan East and Greg Philliganes are fantastic. And I think that there aren't any harmonies until the first chorus. And their harmonies are very strong. And they provide the perfect support for Clapton's lead. I definitely want to mention the second guitar solo. Second guitar solo is where they kick it up a notch. And you get some of Eric's signature vibrato and guitar tone. That's the moment where you're like, this is amazing. The first solo was pretty and nice and fitting, but the second solo, you're like, oh my God, this is Eric Clapton.
Yep.
And after the solo ends, Eric walks back up to the microphone and he just nails the vocal. He hits the vocal dead on the note. And his energy is just infectious, and his passion is evident. And it's just an unbelievable performance of that song. And in comparison to the studio performance, I think that 24 Nights takes the cake. And I'm going to have to say 10 out of 10, definitive version. Brad?
Awesome.
Well, I think you've been reading a lot of my notes, but yours are a little bit more detailed than mine, which is fantastic. So thanks for that. That was awesome. Running on Faith, like for me, when I listened to this song, I remember the first time I heard this version of this song, it gave me chills. The tones, everything about it. Eric's voice in it is phenomenal. This is where he comes across strong as a strong front person, not just a guitar player in a band. He's the strong front person. He's got a voice that resonates. His guitar playing, the second solo, like you highlighted, is phenomenal. The first solo is melodic, catches the vibes for the song. The second solo to me is Eric just improvising, just going for it. So I gave the song 10 out of 10. I can't not rate Running on Faith 10 out of 10 because it sets the mood for the whole DVD. The band are on fire. There's just the whole band as a whole he had the perfect lineup at this stage in his career. For me, this is the perfect lineup for a 4-piece band. Just works so well. I love the 4-piece arrangement that they do on this song, and I love the 4-piece arrangement on the other songs they did with the 4-piece band, mainly because the less is more thing. I kind of like that. I kind of like the space between the instruments, and you can really hear the guitar breathing. But his tone on the guitar is phenomenal as well. This DVD was the single-handed reason why I bought a pewter grey Fender Strat, an Eric Clapton one. So 10 out of 10 for me, 10 out of 10, guys. And I can't sort of emphasize it enough that this is probably Clapton at his peak, and that turning point for him, for me, this was his turning point to say, here I am, I'm doing my thing. He's gone back to a little bit of a bigger sound again and everything. And I don't know what else to say, Andrew, but Running on Faith for me is probably one of my highlights for this DVD.
I totally agree with what both of you have said. What I particularly like about this performance is the vulnerability that I get when I first heard Clapton sing this song. It almost sounds like a guy is pleading for faith. It's that strong. And I think that is the key with a lot of performers. He's not just singing the song, he is exposing himself, he's revealing himself. And when I heard it the first time, and I'm hearing it over the last couple of weeks, guys, I still get the shivers. The vocals is especially beautiful. Unlike the studio version, which has the dobro, this gets the electric guitar treatment, which I think Michael's hit the nail on the head. This is the definitive version. The studio version's cool, and I think we're going to probably rate a lot of the performances on this DVD probably better than maybe some of the recorded versions, which is an interesting discussion. But look, it's a 10 out of 10 for me too. I think you're right, Brad. It sets the tone. It sets the mood. We get Eric at a very, very delicate stage of himself as a performer. And I think years later, when we find out, through reading and articles and information and interviews, that vulnerability that comes through so strong is actually something that's happening in his life, when he's at that crossroads, another set of crossroads in his life.
Yeah.
And it's just beautiful. So never a skip. And Michael.
That's awesome, Andrew. Actually, just before Michael's takes, I'll just say one thing. I don't think we can even consider the word skip on this DVD, in my opinion.
All right. Okay. So, okay. No argument.
Unless you guys have got a skip, then that's relevant.
No.
Right.
I don't have a skip, but I do have a 9 out of 10, which is surprising.
Okay. Oh, okay.
We'll get to that one. The next song on 24 Nights is White Room. And I just did a cover of White Room recently, and just relearning it and watching him play that song could make me cry. It's unbelievable. So the first thing I want to mention about White Room is that the band is completely on fire. They are just all on all cylinders. It's just unstoppable force. And something interesting about White Room is that they used to transition from the song I Shot the Sheriff into White Room. So I Shot the Sheriff ends on a G minor, which is this chord. So and this chord is the same chord that starts White Room. So it's very interesting that they actually transitioned from one song into the next. However, the DVD doesn't include I Shot the Sheriff. So at the very beginning of the song, you kind of hear these drum cymbals, and you kind of wonder why is that happening? Why are these drum cymbals, climaxing? Why is this happening? And then Steve Ferroni, the drummer, hit the snare drum, which must be a cue to the band that White Room is about to start. Ha! Dun, 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 dun. So that's something that I don't think a lot of people know, that at that time, he was playing I Shot the Sheriff immediately before White Room. And that's why the drums are so busy or climaxing right before the song starts.
There you go.
So the next time you watch White Room and you see these drum cymbals happening, that's what's going on. They're ending I Shot the Sheriff. And I think that there's a bootleg of that night on YouTube, so you can actually see them play I Shot the Sheriff and then go into that performance of White Room. And that performance of I Shot the Sheriff is pretty good, but I guess not good enough to make it to DVD.
Now that you've brought this up, Michael, I do remember this, but I completely forgot that. So thank you. That's awesome.
Yeah, no problem. Okay, as the song goes on, so I mentioned that all the musicians in his 4-piece band were just firing on all cylinders, and so their energy is just incredible from the first note. So I want to mention the vocal melody and how Clapton kind of put a couple of variations on it as the song progresses. So the main melody of the song is a very repeated pattern, especially in the original Cream version. It's in the white room with black. However, as the song goes on, Eric kind of changes up the verse melody, and he'll make some variations, which is a sign of comfortability with the song. And the fact that he's experimenting is also really cool, that he's making these changes to what, a lot of people would consider an iconic melody. But in the second verse, he sings, let's see, you said no strings could secure you at the station, platform ticket, restless diesels, goodbye windows, which is that same melody that I just played. And then he sings, I walked into such a sad time at the station. When I walked out, filled my own need. That's different. When I walked out, that's different from when I walked out.
Oh, yeah.
He put a variation there, and it's really cool. I don't know if he decided to do it in that moment, or if he planned on doing it, in other performances. If he said to himself, maybe this is how I want to do it from now on. But in a lot of the bootlegs that I've seen of this Journeyman tour, he'll change up the vocals just maybe to make it more interesting for himself.
Yep.
But hitting this high note at I walked into, that's very cool to me, because you don't expect that. He kind of leans back to get the energy for that note, and also so that he doesn't overload the microphone, because when you're singing a louder, more powerful note, you don't want to distort your microphone. So his microphone etiquette is really, really good. So pay attention to his vocal variations the next time you watch 24 Nights or you watch this version of White Room. In the chorus, Greg Philliganes sings. So there's a great contrast between Clapton's husky vocal in the verse, and then you've got Greg Philliganes, who has this angelic voice.
Yes.
Providing the perfect contrast in the chorus. And something very interesting that Clapton does is he plays his wah-wah pedal during the chorus. And he kind of uses a darker setting. And to achieve a darker setting, and by darker I mean less bright, less trebly. And to achieve that on a wah-wah pedal, you kind of have the wah with your heel more up. So with the pedal in the up position. And towards the end of that, when he says, when the shadows run from themselves, Clapton kind of pushes the wah down, heel down, and gets a more trebly tone. So there's a lot of textural things happening as well. And maybe I should demonstrate it just to quickly show what that sounds like. Yeah. Let me just turn on my app. 1 second.
Aren't you guys lucky and girls lucky in the chat? We are getting some in-depth, deep diving going on here.
Mm-hmm.
So during the choruses, Clapton's got the wah sounding darker. And then at the end, where they say shadows run from themselves, he's pushing his foot down on the wah-wah pedal to make it treblier or brighter. Just trying to get that on the screen. So there's a lot of textural things happening. Clapton's voice and Greg Philliganes' voice, that change that happens is a textural change and a mood change, because the music is changing as well. So there's a lot of very interesting textural things happening in this song. I want to mention Nathan East's bass playing. As the verses progress, the second verse, the third verse, and so on, his bass playing, he's doing what we call comping in between the vocals. And that's when you just play a little fill after a vocal is sung. And if you listen to what the bass is doing, he's performing these orchestral ideas, and they amp up the song, and Eric is loving it. You can definitely tell that it's pushing Eric to be a better singer and do better things. When your band is that good, amazing things can happen, and we got it recorded here. So it's amazing that we can rewatch something as miraculous as that. But they're incredible musicians, and I guess it's expected of them. The guitar solo in White Room. Every time I watch that song, and there's that 4 beats right before his guitar solo, it could make me cry. It gets like a lump in my throat. You see him just completely engaged. This guitar and him are one. You see the sweat falling off of his hair. He is so into it that it is so inspiring. It's the most important thing that he ever did. Playing to that song or playing anything that he's doing on this album is the most important thing that he's ever done. And it's, yeah, I could hardly speak just even thinking about it. And I'm gonna just 10 out of 10.
On your socials, I saw you doing a little demonstration of the solo. Do you want to give us a rundown?
I could kind of play the solo.
Well, just a little bit. Just give us a few of your highlight sections or something that you can explain that what he's doing there or something. That would be awesome.
Sure. I don't know if I
Sorry
can
to put you on the spot, Michael.
It's fine.
You did post it, so I thought I'm going to make sure I bring this up.
So I think he's using the middle pickup, but he could be using the neck pickup. Do you know for a fact?
Look, he goes between. Seeing actually flicker a little bit here and there, but they don't show on the DVD quite clearly what pickup he's on. But I do know for a fact that he loves that middle pickup sound, and he uses it quite a lot more than we realize. He uses that middle on its own.
Right.
And the middle back he loves, but for a lot of his solos, he flicks between the middle and the neck.
Yeah, that's for sure. I mean, I think I can do some of the solo, but he starts on the tonic note of the song, which is a D. So maybe quickly I should mention, your starting point in a solo is very, I would say, pivotal to where the solo can go. He could have started here, but he started all the way up here. He could have started anywhere in the key of the song, but he starts hot in a higher register. So he does that very aggressively, and I should demonstrate it as if he were doing it. So, 1, 2, 3, 4. You got the point.
Awesome.
I didn't really explain what was happening, but
No, that was brilliant. Thank you. I'm talking over you. Sorry, mate, but that was fantastic. But that really highlights what Clapton, where he was playing. He was in a zone there. He was not actually. I'm sort of starting to now go into my rankings, but I'll let you have the floor again, Michael. Sorry, but yeah,
no problem. No problem at all. His phrasing on that solo is incredible.
Yeah.
He makes great use of pauses, and that's an important note for guitar players and any type of musician. You don't have to be playing every single second of your solo.
Yeah.
If you leave a gap for a few seconds, you can be inspired to play something different, and it just creates this space. And space is important in music. If someone keeps talking constantly and doesn't let you get a word in, that's not a good conversation necessarily.
No, 100%. Couldn't agree more.
So I have to give the song a 10 out of 10 because the performance by everyone it's fire. It's outstanding. It's my favorite version of the song, even though Jack Bruce's vocals and Ginger Baker's drumming on the original is great. There's just something about the way this song was arranged and performed that beats it for me.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. Michael, thanks for that. That was brilliant. So we encourage you to do more of that. So thank you. But for me, like yourself, Michael, White Room, this is my favorite version of White Room. Probably, I'm going to say it fairly. I'm going to say this is my favorite version of Clapton's solo career playing White Room, because I love Cream's version as well, but for different reasons. But his arrangement of this, the performance from the musicians, I've always thought, if I'm ever going to cover White Room, it's going to be like this version of it. So it's phenomenal. Clapton's vocal is really strong, and the melody lines that you highlighted, I think he was stretching himself a lot in this DVD. He was pushing himself beyond what he normally would sit in his comfort zone. He was quite, especially through the 80s, I think we acknowledged on other, sessions that we've done here, that in that period, he was fairly comfortable. He was sitting in his comfort zone, where I think on this DVD as an entirety, he's stretching himself vocally. Some of his most strongest vocal performances have come from this DVD and this series of gigs. And I won't go over everything like you have in depth, but for me, his guitar playing, his solo on this is the space between the notes, exactly what you highlighted there, Michael. I picked up on. He's telling a story in the solo. It's like, taking that little breath between saying something. So he's like, like saying, yeah, you know what? I've got a song for you, and here's my solo. Like, he's giving it breathing space, and you can hear that in his playing. But there's something that Clapton's channeling in this DVD, which I can feel he's pushing himself throughout the whole performance of the DVD and probably the series of gigs. I wish that Clapton, I know you're going to watch this at some point, please release everything you've got from this series, like everything. I don't care whether there's little, mess ups in the solo or little mess ups by the band or whatever. It doesn't matter. Just release it, please. Please, where there's nuts like us that are doing a whole show based around one DVD, mate. Release more, please. So, absolutely brilliant version of White Room. I give it 10 out of 10, and I'll hand it over to Andrew. But thanks for that in-depth insight there, Michael. That was brilliant.
Oh, of course, Eric is going to watch this because he reads Michael's posts. So it's Look, guys, it's the definitive version. Again, I agree with everything both of you have said, and Michael's analysis is just pure gold. So you guys were just part of something special there. So thank you, Michael. Guys, when I first became aware of this album because of this song. Now it was played on a music program here, and I think it was just before they released the album. And I was familiar with Cream, obviously, and Clapton, and knew that song. But when I heard that song, obviously it's familiar enough for us to go, we get it. But then you go, this ain't the same. This is not the same. And I've had a lot of discussions over the years, guys, with Clapton nuts about whether or not this version is the Summit versus anything that they did with Cream. And I don't get into that discussion because I think you both have said it. It's a different song for a different era for different reasons. And Michael and Brad have mentioned everything about why this song should be the definitive version, and I'm going to agree with them. So it's a 10 out of 10 for me, and probably the go-to version. The wah on this song is gorgeous. I just love it. It's fantastic.
His wah playing, Andrew and Michael, in general, I think I may have mentioned it in the last episode we did, was his wah. I mean, I wish he used a wah pedal a lot more. Like his wah use is quite unique. Like you picked on there, Michael, his use of where he positions himself on the wah, he's not actually riding it like Kurt Hammett. No disrespect, Kurt, but Kurt Hammett just tends to, not really emphasize where.
He's just pumping it, bro.
Sorry, what was that?
He's just pumping it. That's all.
Yeah.
Kurt.
So, like, he uses it like a vocal expression.
Yep.
To emphasize the notes, and a lot of the fantastic players that we go into on this show do the same thing. So his wah usage, I wish he would use a wah a lot more, because on this DVD he uses a wah quite a bit, which is fantastic.
Yeah.
Yeah, I agree. I wish he would use it more.
Mm-hmm. So, Michael, I think we're up to Sunshine.
Sunshine of Your Love. There's an interesting story about this song, which we'll eventually get to as we get into more of the song. But at the beginning of the song on the DVD, you kind of see a flash of Phil Collins with a tambourine, and you're like, why isn't he playing drums? He's a great drummer. And it's interesting to know that Phil Collins played with Clapton and produced Clapton on a couple of albums. And there's a good DVD called Clapton, or Eric Clapton and Friends Live in Birmingham, England in 1986. And he's playing with pretty much the same band, the same four-piece band, Greg Philliganes, Nathan East, Eric, and the drummer was, I guess, the change. And in 1986, it was Phil Collins. And Phil was actually the drummer on this 1990-1991 tour for some time. And then eventually Steve Ferroni, the drummer that we see on the majority of the album, took over. I don't know what specific date he took over, but we could definitely check where'seric.com for that information. I think they might have it when they switched, but I don't know why they switched, because Phil was great. Steve Ferroni is also great. Fantastic, actually.
Yeah.
Something important to note with Sunshine of Your Love is that there's 3 lead vocalists on this track, which is probably a first. So Eric sings the main Getting Near Dawn section, and then Be With You Darlin' Soon section is in the next chord of the song. So the first chord of the song is D, basically. And then Greg Philliganes takes over at that section. And then Nathan East takes over at the I've Been Waiting So Long. So it's really cool that each vocalist gets a feature and it has a different texture to it. So they each bring something different to the table. And it's just a very interesting watching experience or viewing experience to see these different singers with completely different voices doing this song. And it just works really, really well. And Eric and the rest of the band are having a really good time. Let's see, what else can we say about this song? After the first chorus of the song, Eric and band go back into the riff, and Eric hits a kind of erroneous note. And I'm really glad that they kept it on the DVD. I don't think he meant to hit this note, and if you rewatch it, you'll see it. But it just shows that Eric is human, and that's really good to see. And for guitar players who are just starting out, or even more intermediate and advanced guitarists, seeing Eric Clapton kind of miss a note, it happens to everyone. It happens to singers. It happens to keyboardists. It happens to everyone. And it's great that that's kind of memorialized on this DVD. The guitar solo, he starts off the same way that the original recording with Cream does, where he's quoting Blue Moon, which is a song by the Marshalls. I've heard it maybe once or twice. So it's cool to hear that melody, and the audience likes it too. But anyway, he starts off with that solo as a nod to Cream, and then he kind of goes into an improv and finishes the solo. And then they have the vocals again, and then they have their outro. So they usually end the song on an A chord, and they kind of just would ride it out as Cream would. So they would just go, sunshine of your love. And they would just kind of hang on this chord and fade out. But Clapton and the band actually just improvised over this. They kind of jammed over it for a little bit. And eventually they build up into the riff again. And then it kind of gives Eric a showcase. The band kind of drops out, and Eric does these amazing licks on guitar that I probably couldn't remember right now, but watch the DVD or listen to the CD, and you'll see how amazing and how in command of the instrument he was and is. And right before they go back into the riff of the song, you see a drum fill. It's just da 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 da. But what you'll notice at the very end of the song, in the last 30 seconds, is that Eric now magically has a cigarette at the top of his guitar. Yep. Where was the cigarette the first 7 minutes of the song? I've been wondering this for about 15 years. So one day I got the CD version of 24 Nights. And for some reason, Sunshine of Your Love was like 2 minutes longer than the DVD version. I said, what's this? Is it a different take or something? But it sounded all the same to me. And then at the end of the song, there was this drum solo. And that completely explains that Eric must have walked to the side of the stage and got a cigarette and lit the cigarette and put it in the headstock of his guitar. And that's why in the last 30 seconds, you see Eric with a cigarette. And for years, I was like, what's happening? What continuity person edited this? But now I know why. They must have taken out the drum solo because they didn't like it or think it was appropriate.
Yeah, that's right.
DVD, and they edited it miraculously. It looks seamless, actually. And if you listen to it, it also sounds effortless. Yeah. It sounds natural. So that was very interesting to me, and a really cool find, and that I found out by buying the CD version. So just great performance, 10 out of 10.
Yeah, well, the drum solo was obviously edited for the DVD, probably just to fit more content in. I don't know why, because the drum solo is really good too. But this track for me is, you can really capture the band are having a lot of fun on this song. They're you watch the performance of the band. You know, Eric's handpicked obviously the exceptional musicians he's got working with them, and they're having fun in this song. They're enjoying every moment of this. They're probably lapping it up that they're playing on stage, Albert Hall. You know, you can tell the excitement in the band. Eric's playing is phenomenal. I love his singing in this track again. I'm going to emphasize that quite a bit. He's not just a guitar player in this; he's a vocalist. He's got a very strong vocal, and again, it's a fun track. The tones he pulls, and yeah, the edit, they did that really, really well. But I actually bought the CD when it came out, so I knew what was going on there with the cigarette hanging out of the headstock sort of thing, which was Clapton's trademark as well. But phenomenal performance, and I can't give it anything but a 10 out of 10, purely because it's so much fun. And Eric's, you know, he's human. You can hear the little imperfections there, but he's playing perfectly, like in my opinion, for the song. So 10 out of 10, and I'm interested to hear what Andrew's going to say about this one.
Yeah. Alan has mentioned it in the chat. You know, you can hear him say sorry. So, you know, it's kind of interesting. Look, I agree with you too, Brad. You know, I got the record and the CD, and you know, knew the drum solo and heard the drum solo. And if you guys haven't checked out the DVD, the live version, CD or record version, go to Spotify and check out that drum solo, because the drum solo is amazing. And we've spoken at length about how great the drummer is, Ferroni is, but this is just a stunning drum solo, and that chord work that Clapton's doing at the end jam, it's fantastic. Again, guys, I love this song. I loved it when he played it with Cream. Interesting arrangement. I agree that it's fun. But what I really dig about this is the camera work. It's the camera work, the direction, the lighting. It's just stellar. It's magnificent. And we probably take that for granted now when we see DVD concerts and, you know, live streaming concerts. But back in, you know, 89, 90, 91, you know, where guitar players were just being filmed because of their smiles still, you know, to get a lot of that musicianship in where you can actually see it and study it and work out what's going on. It's epic. 10 out of 10. And again, guys, I'm going to say could be a definitive version of Sunshine. Could be. I'm going to put that out there.
Yeah, I agree. Can you guys maybe pick up at the end when they're vamping that there's a little bit of Motherless Children in there? Is that just in my? Are you guys hearing that or not?
Oh yeah, I can hear that. Well, it's in the same key. Yeah.
Yeah. I'm hearing a little bit of a.
Yeah.
A little bit of a nod to Motherless Children there.
Yeah, I hear that. Interesting.
Yeah. So yeah, I've always picked that up. I'm like, oh, well, I wish they would have broken into Motherless Children there. You know, it would have been fantastic.
Hey, Brian.
Would have been a great segue. Alan, yes, I saw Eric on the 2007 tour twice, so that was phenomenal. His playing on that was unbelievable. Had a fantastic band with him too. So that was one of my, you know, highlights of my. I'm going to say one of my highlights of my musical career, because I actually went there and it inspired me to just get back into that style of playing again.
Yeah, I saw them on that tour too. Epic. That's
where this came from.
Wow. Yeah, the section that you were mentioning is the.
Yeah.
It could also be Lay Down Sally.
Lay Down Sally,
oh!
Yeah. That's what it is.
Ah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Good catch. Really good catch. I didn't notice that.
Yeah. There you go. So we've just dived deep into something live here. We've worked it out between us. So there you go.
This is awesome.
Lay Down Sally. I always thought it was Motherless Children, but it is Lay Down Sally.
It could be both of them. They're both in the same key. Hey.
Yeah. Anyway, you guys in the chat, maybe you can confirm whether it's Motherless Children, Lay Down Sally, or both. Maybe it's a bit of a nod to both.
I always thought it was Motherless Children, but Lay Down. Oh, jeepers! Ooh, I'm swinging the other way now.
Well, okay, let's see it for a second. So, Motherless Children is.
Yeah.
And then Lay Down Sally is what?
Lay Down Sally. It's Lay Down Sally.
It does sound more like Motherless Children.
I think it's Motherless Children.
It does sound more like that than it does Lay Down Sally.
I think it's Motherless Children. Anyway, they're vamping, so they're probably just having a bit of fun.
Yeah.
There you go. That's awesome.
Okay, so that ends the 4-piece band nights. And now we go into the next arrangement in 24 Nights, which is the Blues Nights, which happened on February 5th, 1990. This band featured different band members and some special guests, including Buddy Guy, Robert Cray, Johnny Johnson, who is Chuck Berry's keyboardist, Robert Cousins on bass, and Clapton's longtime drummer, Jamie Oldacre. So it was nice to see Jamie back with Clapton in a different formation. Clapton had only played with this band maybe 3 times before this performance on February 5th. I think they began the blues performances, the Blues Nights, in early February of 1990. So it's really cool to see a band of musicians that have only played together 3 times. And they're that good. But they're all experts at their instruments. They're all masters. And when you put these masters together, playing a blues, it's going to be good. And they all respect each other and don't step on each other's toes. And it's a really great setup. So on the first song, we have Watch Yourself, which is just like a blues in E. And there's a great feel by drummer Jamie Oldacre, a great guitar solo by Robert Cray. He's the first guitar solo on the song, followed by Buddy Guy, who also has a great solo. I just want to show how he plays this, what we call motif or theme, and he plays it over the different chords of the song or of the blues. So Buddy Guy is doing same thing. It's the same. It's pretty much the same motif throughout the whole solo, which is da 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 da. It's like orchestral, and it's not boring at all. It pushes the song forward. It's memorable, and you can kind of expect where Buddy is going to go. He could have played something different the whole solo, but it's just a great guitar solo. You never realize how important repetition is in music. And I've seen Buddy Guy a few times, and he's been more improvisational than repetitive. And sometimes improving is good, but what he did in this solo, it was probably improv, but it has a lot of that repetition, and it sounds really great, and it's a fantastic solo and a fantastic lesson to players. If you have 20 seconds to make an impression, get something stuck in someone's head, then you will be remembered for what you did, and maybe have performed for the song exactly how you should. And neither of the guitarists, neither Robert Cray or Buddy Guy, are upstaging Clapton. They're like tucked into the song, and they let Clapton shine. So that's really, really cool. But they're all shining based on what they're doing. So it's just a great performance of Watch Yourself. And something Clapton does, which is really, really cool, is he plays a lick that reminds listeners of his playing in the Blues Breakers, especially on the song Hideaway. He does this lick. Let's see. So it's this lick. That lick is very familiar because he does something similar in the Blues Breakers Hideaway, which is a Freddie King cover.
Yeah.
So you're seeing that kind of aggression in his playing that he had from 25 years prior that we really haven't seen. He didn't really pay a nod to his earlier work like that. He wasn't playing Blues Breakers stuff or playing in that style, playing in his earlier style. He kind of gravitated away from that. So to hear him do that and pay that nod and was just fantastic. So I'm going to give it 10 out of 10 because of what all of the guitarists give to the song. And of course, a great drum feel by Jamie Oldacre. 10 out of 10.
Yeah. Great analysis there, Michael. That's awesome. Thank you. I have to really touch on a few things that you already touched on, Michael, not to go too much in depth in the stuff, but I do want to put out there the respect level that the guitarists have for each other. You can see that and clearly hear that. It's evident. There's a mutual respect, and I really admire that with musicians that do that, because they're not trying to outdo each other. They're just trying to complement each other the best way they can, and you can really hear that. I love this song. I've always loved this song. This is one of my favorite versions of the song. Clapton, for me, obviously, his band in the past, he's always pulled up other guitar players for blues songs. On that tragic night we lost Stevie Ray Vaughan, Buddy Guy was on stage. I think Robert Cray was. There was an array of talent on stage there, and I've seen Buddy Guy once. I've been privileged to see Buddy Guy once at the Arts Centre here in Melbourne, and it was like watching a night of history. I was watching this guy perform all these blues hits and improvising all the way through. There was no real set way. He'd start a melody on the guitar, like he'd touch on something, but then he would just go off in his thing. And it's all about the moment for these sort of guys. But you can really hear that Robert Cray is such a phenomenal guitar player. He's so smooth. He's got something that, neither of those players that are on stage with him can touch. And Clapton, he's got something, and Buddy Guy's got something. They complement each other. They sit back. They're not overdoing each other in the rhythm parts of the songs. They're letting Eric sing. You can really hear the mutual respect there, and that's something that as musicians, if you're sharing the stage with people or if you're sharing a performance with someone, you've got to sit. You can't be the person that always overdoing it and trying to override the other musicians. But I gave it a 10 out of 10. I love the performance. It's fun to watch. Do you guys get that? Like, it's fun. They're having fun. That's what it's about, isn't it? Music's fun. And they're touching, and I wanted to also touch on what you said, Michael, about him going back to his, Blues Breaker days and things like that. He's acknowledging a little bit of his past. I reckon he's probably even gone back and listened to some of those old records and gone, I remember I used to do that thing, and probably started doing them again, where he sort of shied away from a lot of that through, a big part of his solo career. So, that was a really good observation as well there, Michael. But 10 out of 10 for me. And I'm interested to see what Andrew says about this, because he's the blues nut.
it's a shame that only a few of the songs were released. Clapton on stage with Robert and
Pretty guy.
Buddy Guy just would have been, a thrill for any blues nut. And, I just want to echo what Brad said earlier. If there's any unreleased material out there, please release it, because, we just, would die to hear it and die to see it. It's a 10 out of 10 for me. I'm not going to echo what you guys have said. I'm just going to focus on two things. Really nice that they turned the volume down on the guitars, so you're not getting that high gain at all. You're just getting a nice twangy, Strat sound, and it's coming across really, really beautifully. And wouldn't it have been great to see what Robert Cray and Eric could have done if they continued a collaboration? I wonder what they could have done, because on Journeyman they did a song together, and they hung out and done this. It would have been good to see what they could have done had they decided to keep together. But look, it's a 10 out of 10 for me, and it's a must watch.
Definitely.
Yeah, it's a blues lesson for sure, on every instrument.
Yeah,
and that goes for pretty much every song. Every song is a lesson, and that's why it's the most important live album to me. You learn so much from each band member. It's endless.
It's exactly what you just said there, Michael. The drumming, the bass playing, the piano, keyboards, the guitars, the vocals. They've all got a place in the song. They're all playing perfectly for the song. There's nothing out of context. You saw in the 4-piece band, they're actually having a little bit of fun, and but in this, it's very structured, and they're doing their arrangements. They've got their moment to shine. Like you said, 20, 30 seconds to shine, and then they're back to where they, should be in the song, just back in the pocket.
Exactly. And that leads us into Have You Ever Loved a Woman? This performance of Have You Ever Loved a Woman is epic. It's regal. It's perfect. And there's a lot of good versions of Have You Ever Loved a Woman? And I could note the one from Hyde Park in 1996 when Clapton's playing the cherry red Gibson from Cream.
Yep.
That's fantastic. There's one from One More Car, One More Rider, where Clapton has Billy Preston and David Sanchez on keys and organ, where the energy on that performance is also insane. And I can't believe they captured that. But there's something that's elegant about this version of Have You Ever Loved a Woman from 24 Nights. And maybe it's that he's singing a blues in a suit. Maybe it's the purple lights that they have on him, which I see a lot of people doing at blues and jazz shows. It's just the perfect lighting that sets this mood. And then you've got the addition of piano, Johnny Johnson, Chuck Berry's keyboardist. And the mix of this song, you don't have to watch the DVD, and you could just listen to it, and you think that you're either in a jazz blues club, but at the same time, you're in the Royal Albert Hall, because the piano is like right in your face, and it's like it's 10 feet in front of you. But then you hear the sound of the drums. Jamie Oldacre is playing the side stick, and you can on his snare drum, and it's pretty breathtaking. And then you hear Clapton's vocal with the reverb on it, or maybe you're hearing the sound coming from the Royal Albert Hall from the audience microphones. So you really feel like you're in two spaces at the same time. And Clapton's vocal is very, very passionate. Like every performance on 24 Nights, he means every word he's saying, as if it's, the last thing that he was ever going to say. His life depends on it. And this performance is my favorite version of it. Not just because of his vocals, but just because of the atmosphere. The atmosphere that the Hyde Park gig didn't have. And One More Car, One More Rider is a different energy. This is more of a blues. This is someone pouring their heart out in a different way. And the way it was presented to us here is my preference, I think. Something interesting that Jamie Oldacre does is in the beginning of the song, he starts off playing on the side stick, on the snare, which has this different sound, a lighter sound. And about 2 minutes in, Jamie Oldacre hits the snare drum, and it launches Eric into the guitar solo. And at one point, after Jamie Oldacre hits the snare drum, Eric turns around and smiles because it pushes him and elevates the song. And you can definitely tell that they didn't rehearse this. This was something that Jamie Oldacre either planned on doing or just did on the spot. And Eric turning around to look at Jamie Oldacre saying, and he even nods. It's pretty fantastic. And then he gives a great first guitar solo, and then has his vocals return. And on the first guitar solo, his volume is kind of lower. It's not all the way up. When you think of a guitar solo, you think the guitar player is on full. Eric is very in control of his volume. And that's another thing on this record that is very evident, that he is very in control of volume and dynamic. So the first guitar solo is not that loud, but when we reach the second guitar solo, he's probably full up on his guitar and he's playing more aggressively. And it's really, really interesting to see. And at one point in this 3-chord blues, because it's a blues, he plays this lick where he's kind of repeating these notes. So let me see if I can demonstrate that. So let me just do it on guitar instead. Sorry. So let's see. This is still on? Okay, good. So he plays this sequence of notes. He goes. So it's pretty much the same notes over and over again, but what's happening is the chords are changing underneath that. So da 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 da. So playing that sequence of notes over the changing chords is just kind of amazing, and I don't know why it sounds so good. But he's playing that same G note over this chord change. Da 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 da. It has that tension and release, and that moment in the song for me is incredible.
Yeah. Now that you've highlighted that, that's something that's going to stick in my head. Yeah, definitely.
Yeah. That's probably my favorite moment of the song. And you could sing his solos.
Yeah.
I mean, the second solo is a lot quicker and harder to sing, but it's still singable and very memorable. And he's improvising. So to come up with a story, improvising, that's not something that's easy. To come up with a good story while improvising is very hard. And he did it throughout the whole album.
Yeah.
I'm going to give it a 10 out of 10. And there's even, I would say, you could hear some Cream influence in it. It can almost be like a Sleepy Time, because Sleepy Time is a blues in the same key of C. But his solo on the original is also a story. So I think that's why I have those feelings or those connections between Sleepy Time on the original album and this performance of Have You Ever Loved a Woman from 24 Nights. 10 out of 10. Amazing.
Yeah. We've touched on most of the stuff that I think needs to be touched on for this song, but I will highlight as well that, like, I'll mirror what you said there, Michael, the way Eric, his dynamics, his volume, the way he applies his leads, he's not pushing himself like volume-wise, trying to get the full sustain going. He's holding that volume back on the guitar. If you watch him, his right hand, he's constantly going to his controls. He's constantly going to his toggle switch. He's constantly finding that spot. And it's an ear thing too. He's going by ear what sits right for him. So dynamically, he's a dynamic player. So he's just not relying quite heavily on pedals or anything to get tones or boosting or anything like that. Like, he's got the boost on the TBX boost and things like that on his guitar, but he's writing those to suit the moment of the song. So it's evident in this song. He plays so delicately at times, and he launches it at one particular spot. But I love this version of the song as well. It's probably my favorite version of this song that I've heard him play live. I gave it 10 out of 10. And again, the lighting, like you said, plays quite a heavy part in it. The dynamic, that purpley sort of color, it is a big thing in blues venues. They do that. And I think that color is, when I picture blues and psychedelia and you put them together, I always picture purple for some reason. It's just, so yeah, blues, purple, it sets a mood. And I think that puts the mood. You've got to watch this on DVD to capture the whole effect, because you're actually seeing Eric put his head back, he's playing. So Andrew, 10 out of 10 for me.
Yeah, that purple backdrop that you guys mentioned, they've continued that right up into the 70, Clapton at 70 at the Royal Albert Hall, where they've got that purple ambience going on. So, very clever, very good. Just goes to show that going to gigs is more about the music, isn't it? It's more than the music. It's about, an experience. Look, no disrespect to the live versions that Michael and Brad mentioned. They're stellar performances, but the benchmark for me will always be the version on Layla, which is phenomenal. And for me, it'll be Layla, and then this version. And I can't pick one, because I'm going to say Have You Ever Loved a Woman is, in my opinion, one of the best blues songs to learn at any stage of your guitar career. You know, you can play the chords. There's some easy licks because it's not too fast, but you can, make that sophisticated as your guitar playing gets better. I love it. I love this version. It's one of the standout performances on the DVD for me. Jeepers, I can't say anything more than what you guys have said, other than it's mandatory. If you're going to watch anything, you have to watch this version. The vocals just continue right through, don't they? It started with the first song on the DVD, that vulnerability. I love it. I just love it. I love the sincerity that, a lot of these guys and girls, that we like in this type of music that we follow. I just love it. I love the fact that they reveal themselves and we're touching gold. It's classic. I love it. Never a skip.
You mentioned Clapton's vocals on this. He kind of has that rasp that he had on the original Layla album, but it seems more refined and fuller at this point. And I would say, with the reverb added to it, or with the hall microphones added to it, there's something suave, and I would even say sexy about
Yeah.
his vocal tone, his timbre. There's something about it that's romantic.
No, I agree. His vocals across the whole entire DVD are amazing, but he's, like Andrew said, the vulnerability in his performance, his delivery, and it does give that element of heartfelt warmth when you sing. With the songs that are about "Have you ever loved a woman?" You can hear the love, the pain, the hot everything. You can hear it all there. It's passion.
Exactly. The next song is Worried Life Blues. And I think that I now have a mixed feeling about it, because I watched the DVD recently, and I finally put two and two together, that Have You Ever Loved a Woman and Worried Life Blues are in the same key. And when you put two songs in the same key back to back, it kind of changes their effect on you, or it changes the effect on me. And maybe it's that there's too much similarity between the chord changes, because they're blues. They're a blues, so the chords are going to be the same. The feel is what's different on this performance, or this song. So that's what makes it stand apart from Have You Ever Loved a Woman? And the dynamic is definitely different. But so yeah, the song has the same key as Have You Ever Loved a Woman? The drums by Jamie Oldacre start a similar way that he did in Have You Ever Loved a Woman, where he's playing on the side stick on the snare drum for a lighter feel. And then eventually Jamie Oldacre hits the snare drum, and it becomes part of the beat that he's playing. Instead of hi-hat and side stick, he's playing hi-hat and full snare drum. So that's a technique or that Jamie would use on these songs. And it's very important for drummers to take note of that, because that's how you build or break down. So again, that goes back to the learning that you get from this album. There's a great vocal by Clapton on this song. I wouldn't say as passionate as Have You Ever Loved a Woman, because I think he's definitely thinking about Patty or maybe other former loves on that song. There's a great piano solo by Johnny Johnson on this one. And I think it's his first and only feature. And he gets to go for two times around, which is really nice. Usually if a musician gives you a solo, it's for, the length of one measure of the progression, and then you're back into the chorus or back into a verse. But here Clapton said pretty much go again, go another time. And so it allows Johnny Johnson to kind of stretch out. And it's really nice to see. And he is inspired throughout the whole solo. It's just a great performance by Johnny Johnson. And I wouldn't have known who he was if Clapton didn't play with him or include him in his band. So thank you to the messenger Clapton again. And also thank you for, letting us look into these original recordings and discover these artists as well. So I'm going to give this one actually a 9 out of 10, just because it's in the same key as the last song. And one last thing that I wanted to mention is that he plays what we call a D7 shape, a D7 chord shape. So a D7 sounds like this and looks like this. So when they're playing in the key of C, and then Clapton uses this D7 shape, which he hasn't really used in a higher register since Cream. And he'll play. So it's the same D7 shape all the way up at the 12th fret on the guitar. And he's sliding up from the 11th to the 12th. I hadn't heard him do that since Cream, maybe like Sitting on Top of the World or Sleepy Time Time, a song like that, where he would play that shape up on the neck. So very interesting nod to Cream, I think. But that could just be him. That's part of his lexicon, part of his vocabulary. So it's, again, really nice to see him paying, not tribute, but just listening to himself and playing, some of the eras of him that fans really, really love. So I'm going to still give the song a 9 out of 10, but that's just a really, really cool feature. So check that out and let us know if you also realize that connection to Cream.
Yeah, that's a really interesting thing you brought up there, and that's one of the things I was going to touch on was he does revisit a lot of stuff in this performance that he used to do, and he's shied away from, whether for whatever reason, whether he wants to distance himself from that, which I think that was probably more the point. But in this particular DVD and in this song in particular, he does revisit a lot of that earlier stuff and early style playing. I did want to highlight the Johnny Johnson playing. I thought that was a really nice nod to him, to let him have that little exposure and play, like you said, the second time around, keep going, that was really wonderful. Clapton is a gentleman. You can tell he's a leader, but he's a gentleman, and he's inspired by other musicians that have inspired him from the past, but also keep inspiring him by performing with them. So, look, I initially gave this song a 10 out of 10, and I gave it a 9 out of 10, maybe for the same reason that you did, Michael, but there is a similarity between the song before and this one, key-wise, and that's not necessarily why I gave it a 9 out of 10. I just felt that the excitement wasn't quite as there as the previous song. But again, wonderful performance. And Clapton's vocal, we've repeated this a few times now. His vocal is phenomenal. As a vocalist, I aspire to be as strong as him as a blues vocalist. I admire that. That's something that you listen to Clapton sing, and there's something that resonates with obviously all of us here and all of us in the chat. We love his voice. People who don't sort of listen to blues music might not understand it, but I can hear a lot of expression in his vocal, the same expression that he puts in his guitar playing. It's there in his vocal delivery. And he's got a great tone, really woody, raspy voice, and it has progressed through years. And at this point, I still see this as Clapton's peak. So I gave it a 9 out of 10, and I'll pass it over to Andrew. I'm interested to see what he's going to say.
February the 5th, 1990 at the Royal Albert Hall. What a gig that would have been. Look, guys, I have to give this a 10 out of 10. It's one of Clapton's favourite songs. And I appreciate what you guys have highlighted about the keys, because, that's an interesting observation that we've made, Michael, in other albums we've ranked, how they've put songs and the change of the keys specifically, in relation to where the songs are situated in an album. And the Rolling Stones, for example, are very good at that with, giving a story tonally to the album. So it's a very good point, guys, that Michael has made. So check that out too. And probably probably on reflection, probably a mistake, maybe that when they edited or put this together because of that reason. Maybe it might be a 10 out of 10, but for me, it's the guitar solo is beautiful. I love it, and because it's one of Clapton's favourites, I'm going to give it that extra point. So it's a 10 out of 10 for me.
Excellent.
There's a video of Clapton on YouTube performing, and he apologizes to the audience. He says, "Sorry, this is another song in A." They had done like 3 or 4 songs in A in a row, in the key of A.
Okay.
So the audience can actually, recognize when a song is in the same key, because it just sounds like you're listening to the same song over and over again. If you take a song like Key to the Highway, and you take a song like Crossroads, and you take a song like Old Love, all of those songs are in the same key. If you put them right next to each other, they're different songs, but they are similar because they're in the same key. So you're not going to have maybe the same excitement because they're put right next to each other, or placed right next to each other, as you would if maybe I Shot the Sheriff was next to Old Love. There's just a difference harmonically, and
Hey, Simon.
it affects you and your mood and your perception of the performance.
Yeah.
So yeah, definitely find that video where Clapton apologizes to the audience for playing 4 songs in a row in the same key. I don't know if that's at the Albert Hall or somewhere, but he's going into Old Love. So maybe search Old Love. Search all versions of Old Love. I think it's in the past 10 years when that happened. So that's just poor set list arrangement. And arranging a set list is very important, because you want a certain energy at the beginning of a show and a certain energy, as the show goes on. And then at the end, you have to have your big finish or whatever you're doing.
Yep.
So arranging a set is very important, and putting songs that are next to each other, that are in the same key, make sure that you can transition into them well. Otherwise, try not to put 2 songs next to each other. That's my thought. Unless the songs are completely different sounding.
Yep.
Definitely.
Okay, so now we have entered the next formation of 24 Nights, which is the 9-piece band. The 9-piece band featured musicians Ray Cooper, who's an amazing percussionist who's played with everyone. And I mean everyone. I mean Elton John, Paul McCartney, everyone you can think of that needs percussion has used Ray Cooper. And Ray Cooper is still probably the go-to person for percussion. There's a lot of great percussionists out there, but I think people recognize Ray a lot. He's the bald guy with the glasses, kind of like John Lennon glasses. So this Ray Cooper, we've got, again, Greg Philliganes on keys. We've got Nathan East on bass. We've got Steve Ferroni. The 4-piece band is still there. They've just added a couple more people. Now we have backing singers for the first time. We've got Katie Kassoon and Tessa Niles, who are fantastic backing vocalists and lead vocalists. And then we also have Chuck Leavell on organ. Either it's Chuck Leavell or Alan Clark. I'm not positive, but either of them are on this performance. And the performance and we also have Phil Palmer. Phil Palmer is Eric's backing guitarist, playing a lot of the complementary licks in between the vocals. And we'll get into that when we talk about Pretending. But I would first like to show you this. This is February 18th, 1991. Eric Clapton and his band, Royal Albert Hall. This is the night that they got Pretending, Bad Love, Old Love, and Wonderful Tonight. The versions that we see on DVD are from this show. I would say a year ago, I became like a ticket stub hunter. I wanted to get ticket stubs for concerts that I couldn't attend. So when these concerts were happening, I was minus 2 months old. I was born in April of 1991. So I was 2 months shy of this concert. And so I got this bug to buy ticket stubs. And so every day or every other day, I would look on eBay for a ticket stub from these concerts. And I have ticket stubs from 2 nights, or actually 3 nights. And I'm still looking for ticket stubs from the blues night and the 4-piece band night when they do White Room. But this is my prized possession, because if you saw Eric on any of these nights, you're seeing Eric probably on one of the best nights of his career. And to just have a piece of that, to kind of just imagine what it would be like, is kind of cool. And for some reason, I just developed that hobby recently. And I mean, Eric was the first person that I bought ticket stubs for concerts that I haven't been to.
Yeah.
So the 9-piece band nights are pretty amazing, because that band is also unstoppable. Everyone's working together and everyone has their moment to shine.
Unbelievable.
Yeah. At one point that year, or later that year, or even in 1992, someone else can correct me, Eric lent his band, his 9-piece band, to George Harrison. George Harrison was doing a tour of Japan, because I think he was nervous to get back on the road and back in front of people. And Eric maybe coaxed him into performing and performing in Japan, because those audiences are much more friendly and less harsh, critic-wise. So Eric lent him his 9-piece band, and there's a October 1991 edition of Rolling Stone magazine where Eric says, "My band at that time is the best band in the world." I think the quote was, "They're the best band in the world." And I would have to agree with him. And there's a whole DVD of George Harrison and Eric live in Japan, and Eric's band is there, and they are perfect. They're amazing, and you can see why on these songs: Pretending, Bad Love, Old Love, Wonderful Tonight. So let's start with Pretending. Just gonna look at any quick notes that I have on this. So Eric's band would open these shows with Pretending. This was the first song of the night. Can you imagine that? Pretending was the first song of the night. And usually when you go to a concert, it takes the sound guy like 3 songs to get the sound right. But and one of the lyrics in this song is try to get the music right. And the performance of Pretending is so strong that they didn't have to do anything to get the music right. They were just dead on from the get-go.
Yeah.
Could you imagine a show starting as well as that, where the artist comes out and they're doing Pretending from 24 Nights? That's the first song of the night. That's the performance that people saw. What was the rest of that show like? And we know what the rest of that show was like, because we have Bad Love, Old Love, and Wonderful Tonight. That's the level that they were operating at. The song begins with an amazing piano intro by Greg Philliganes. He's playing like 64th notes or 128th notes. I could never do that, or maybe if I learned, but it's very impressive. And then Steve Ferroni takes us in with this really nice drum fill, and there's a really great sound that Alex Haas, the mixer, achieves on this song and on every song. when I got to interview Alex Haas, he said that he was somewhere with the producer, Russ Titleman, and they heard this song on the radio. And after the song ended, the DJ said, "This is the biggest sounding live song ever." And if you listen to the mix of it, it's huge. It's so powerful, and it just hits you like a wall of sound without being overproduced. It just hits you. The backing vocals on this song are great. Eric's voice is completely pitch perfect throughout the whole song, as it is on the rest of the DVD. I really, really, really enjoy Tessa Niles and Katie Kassoon's vocals. They get to do a couple of riffs and comps in the choruses, and they change up what they're singing every chorus. So it's always interesting. They're never doing the same thing twice. And that's something that Eric does. He doesn't really do the same thing twice. Guitar solo 1 is great because you get a great lead solo from Clapton, and you can really, really hear the Soldano and Marshall combination on this song. And it's just the perfect example of a lead tone. And Eric actually takes a double solo on this performance. And earlier we mentioned that Johnny Johnson took a double solo on Worried Life Blues. It's really cool to see Eric take a double solo on this, because in a lot of other bootlegs I've seen, he's only gone around one time. And what I mean by that is he only plays a solo over the chord changes once.
Yep.
So he really felt comfortable and inspired to keep playing. And it's a great melodic solo that leads back into the verse. I have to mention Phil Palmer, because his comping in between the vocals and in the choruses is perfect. It's never overplaying. It always pushes the song forward. Something also that's interesting is you can hear an organ hitting in the chorus at the same time as the snare drum. So I'm going to play the chords, but I'll just say out loud when the hits are. So when she said she was pretending. So let's see, how can I do this? It's kind of this like offbeat thing. So 1, 2, 3, 4. So on the 2 and the 4 is when the organ is hitting, which is the same exact time as when the snare drum is hitting. So 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. So my right hand is the organ in this example. So listen to how the organ and snare drum work together, and they create this great hitty type feel that's almost reminiscent of Kansas's song "Carry On My Wayward Son." There's a lot of that syncopated playing. And syncopated, I just mean a little bit delayed. 1, 2, 3, 4. So it's the 2 and 4, which you should pay attention to in the choruses. And when Eric goes into the second guitar solo, his sound is so incredible. And I don't know if Alex Haas added more reverb or more room sound to it, but I really love what he's doing. And I love the interplay between Steve Ferroni and Eric, and what Nathan East is doing on bass is also great, leading up to the outro riff of the song. And something that Steve Ferroni does to end a lot of these songs, he does this pattern where he does the snare drum. He goes, and I don't know if you can really hear it. He does 2 hits on the snare, da, da, and then a kick drum. Da, da, da. He'll do it at the end of White Room. He'll do it at the end of maybe Sunshine or something like that. But pay attention to the way that Steve Ferroni ends these songs. It's very powerful and very exciting, and it never gets boring. It's a 10 out of 10 from me. Pretending.
That's a great analysis there. Thanks, Michael. You've pretty much hit everything that I was going to touch on and more. So that's awesome. You've been reading my notes, haven't you, Michael? Pretending, this is my favorite song on the DVD. Clapton's playing on it is just sensational. He's singing on it. The band are just on fire. They're unstoppable. It's like a steam train. They're not stopping for anything. They're just going to keep going. The train never comes off the tracks. They never sound like they're going to come off the tracks at all. Clapton's tone on guitar. This is my favorite guitar tone of Clapton. Full stop.
Yeah.
On this performance, especially, like where he's the solo. I think it's the second solo. He's using a wah pedal as well, and just the whole feel. He's vibing off his band. You can hear it in his playing. He's not thinking at all. He's playing. He's in the moment. I gave the song 20 out of 10. I have to give it 20 out of 10. I have to give it one of my scores. I could go on for hours about this song. I think you've touched on everything we need to touch on there, though, Michael. So I'm going to hand it over to Andrew. So 20 out of 10 for me, guys. Never a skip. Never. I'd have to leave the show if I was going to skip this.
Oh, it's a 50 out of 50 for me. It's the reason why I bought that guitar. You know, this album, you know, that single, Pretending. I have to echo everything that you know, Brad has said and more. You know, we're just lucky to get that depth of analysis from Michael, and we appreciate that, Michael. But I'm a fanboy. I just love this song. I always have. It's one of my favourite Clapton songs. The tone, that era, the soldano, the signature strat that he was using. It's just, I love it. The wah solo. It's just, oh. It's the next couple of songs, you know, the three songs after this, it's near perfection for me, and we're just so lucky as Clapton nuts that we've got something like this documented on film. You know, How many artists do we follow and we listen to great performances and we think, jeepers, wouldn't it be great to have that on tape or video or something? We've got it. This is. I don't think the history. Michael's touched on it with his article, with his interview, with Alex on this. Michael's paving the way for it, but we haven't. And hopefully, you know, our little chat here is a contribution to the landmark that this recording and DVD is. And I warned you guys before we started the show that I'm a one-eyed Eric Clapton fanboy. So, yeah, I love the song. Love it.
Yeah. Guys, I have to say, this DVD in particular, like the performance of Pretending on this, but this particular DVD, if you love Clapton, you have to acknowledge this as being one of his biggest achievements as a musician. If you're not into this, then you're not a Clapton nut. That's basically what I'm getting at, because this, you know, like Andrew said, I wouldn't own that without this. You know what I mean?
I'm in the market for one of those right now. I'm trying to replace my Blackie Strat with a pewter Strat.
Yeah.
Or a Midnight Blue Strat. Yeah.
Are you looking for one with the Fender noiseless, or for the lace sensors?
What do you think?
Yeah, okay. I think that one.
Yeah, it would be a sin to get a pewter Strat with noiseless.
Hey.
Hey.
You could still get the sounds. So I have to say, the guitar that I'm playing here has noiseless pickups. This is a Clapton pickguard. A
Sure.
Clapton, the current implementation or the current instance or iteration of that pickguard. This is the noiseless pickups with the TBX control, the treble bass expander, and the mid boost. So I just bought the pickup, like a loaded pickguard from eBay, and I replaced it in this guitar.
And I did the I did the same thing here on this one too, guys, about 15 years ago. So it's just a black standard 1990, but that's got the Clapton kit on there.
Right. Right.
Yeah, with the lace sensors.
Yeah. So yeah, you can get those sounds. You can get those 24 night sounds. You don't need to have the lace sensors. If you can play like Eric and get a tone kind of similar on your amp or with reverb, etc., then you don't necessarily need the lace sensors. You could probably get it with any Strat.
Well,
yeah. I think you just hit the nail on the head there, Michael. If you've got the right feel, I mean, no one's ever going to be as Clapton.
No.
His hands are his hands, but if you got a Strat and you got a good tone, you'll get in the ballpark.
Exactly.
That tone booster makes a difference. That TB, to be fair, I used to, muck around with other guitars with overdrives as well, trying to match what I could get with that. Right. But you'd get close to it, but yeah.
So you mentioned pretending being a 50 out of 50, a 20 out of 10. I think I gave it a 10 out of 10. But I do have to say that I wanted to know which song from 24 Nights I listened to the most. And I looked at iTunes and it told me it was Pretending. That I listened to it, say, like 186 times. And everything else was maybe in 100 or less than 100 times. And I don't know what the date range is, but Pretending was my most listened to Clapton song from 24 Nights.
Yeah.
It's just so cool.
Yeah, one of mine too.
Yeah.
And something Brad mentioned before about his use of the wah in that song is so great. And he starts off the first guitar solo with the wah on, but the second solo he starts with the wah off, and mid solo he engages his wah wah pedal. So
back on.
I'm gonna just see if I can show you what that sounds like. I'm sitting down, so I don't have the force to engage this pedal as well. He kind of does this what we call a double stop, which is when you play two strings at the same time. And you could do that anywhere. So when you play two strings at the same time, two notes at the same time, that's called a double stop. And Eric uses that a lot on this album and in his playing. So he's doing this this lick. He's going. I gotta put on more volume. Let's see. I'll just do the whole solo or some of it. This is the second solo. See, look, I stepped on it and it didn't work because I don't have enough force here. Let me try this again.
Okay.
Oh, now it's on. Huh. Look at that. And then Nathan East echoes that same line. And then the drums, bop, batom, as mentioned before. So definitely look out for that when Eric engages the wah mid-solo. Obviously, I didn't play that note for note because I didn't really have the reference, but that's the general idea.
Thank
Still
you.
sounds great. Thank you. That was awesome.
Thank you. So I think that ends our conversation on pretending and leads us into Bad Love.
It's funny because we could probably talk about pretending the whole show.
Probably.
Anyway,
I'd be fine with that. Bad Love. Bad Love starts with Greg Philliganes and Nathan East. Greg Philliganes plays this this chord sequence that is actually familiar as the song goes on. So it's basically a repeating theme or a repeating progression. And just to show what that sounds like, that's, and you'll see how this returns eventually. So Greg Philliganes starts with that, and there's some fretless bass, or actually I think Nathan is playing an upright bass, but it just sounds fretless in the way that he's playing the notes. And then eventually Clapton comes in at the same time as the drum ride bell is hit. And Eric hits this D chord, or maybe it's a D suspended chord, but he's not hitting this E note. He's just hitting... And there's this incredible feedback. I don't know if I can get it right now, but I'll try. And it's kind of like this oscillating, pulsating sound. And you see Eric's guitar has a cigarette at the headstock, and it's burning brightly, and he looks so cool that I had to go and buy candy cigarettes when I was 13 years old, and put a candy cigarette at the top of my guitar when I played Bad Love along with Eric, because I was too young to buy cigarettes, and I knew that cigarettes were not a good choice at that time, and still, but he just made smoking and playing guitar at the same time so cool. And he plays that intro riff, and then the band does the riff with him, and Steve Ferroni plays these syncopated drums, and that just launches them into the riff. It's an incredible intro, and maybe I'll just do a little bit of the riff. So it's just killer. And the sound is just unbelievable. It's like palpitating. So earlier I mentioned that Greg Philliganes does this intro. And that's actually the same chord progression as the "and it makes me sad for the lonely people." It's the same chords right there. So that intro kind of sets up this pre-chorus, which is really cool. So I don't know which one came first, if that was the intro and then they put it in that pre-chorus, or if they moved the pre-chorus to the intro. It's just a very cool song structure. And a lot of other songs do that too, but that was very interesting to me. Any other things I want to mention on Bad Love? So yeah, I obviously love the intro. It's incredible. The drums are incredible. The first pre-chorus, which is what we just mentioned, the pre-chorus is and it makes me sad for the lonely people. That's what we call the pre-chorus, which sets up the chorus, pre-chorus before chorus. And in the first pre-chorus, there's a little feature by Greg Philliganes on piano. And I think the notes, or what similar to what he's playing, is, sorry, let me turn off the wah. It's something like that. And it's so like 80s, 90s pretty. Very, very dreamy sound. So Greg Philliganes gets a little feature or a complimentary lick in that first pre-chorus. And the second time that happens, the second pre-chorus, there's actually an organ playing like a different lick or a higher like A. And you got to listen to it because I don't know the exact lick off the top of my head. But listen to what the piano is doing and what the organ is doing in these pre-choruses. In it makes me sad for the lonely people. And that's where there's the comp right after this chord. So it's just very cool that they arranged it that the keyboards would get a comp at the first pre-chorus and the organ would get a comp at the second pre-chorus. And that's actually an arrangement thing that they took for the next songs on the album when we get to them. I want to mention that Bad Love is actually a really hard song to sing, especially in the choruses, because Eric has to sing a high A note, and for a guy to sing that note, you need to be in a different vocal register. So I don't know what Clapton's vocal register is, if he's a baritone or a soprano or anything like that. But he has to sing this high, had enough, bad love, I need something. He's hanging out in this register. And to sing that, he has to probably scream to hit that note or sing really intensely to hit that note. And this note is the same note in Layla. Layla, got me on my knees. Layla, begging down, please. Layla. So it's very taxing on the vocals. So Eric made a couple of variations so that he didn't have to keep on hitting that, because it really can take the life out of you. So he'll sing, had enough. And then the band, his backing vocalists will actually hit, had enough, bad enough. And he'll occasionally hit this high A because it's difficult. It's really difficult, but he makes it work. I could never do that, but that's my vocal register. He's a tenor, says Mark Tanner. That's good. So yeah, Eric makes variations so that he doesn't destroy his voice, because he has other songs to sing, and it's still very musical and it works for the song. Garbage, good name, comments, what a great song Bad Love is, co-written by Mick Jones of Foreigner. And that's another point that I wanted to bring up, that Mick Jones actually suggested to Eric that they put a different riff in the middle of the song, in the bridge of the song. So after doing the chorus, I think twice, they do the riff again, but they end and they kind of let that fade out to nothing. And then Eric comes in kind of at a low volume with a completely different riff. And Mick Jones wanted him to come up with a riff similar to Cream's song Badge. And you could kind of hear a similarity. that just repeats a couple of times. The riff for Badge is different. But it still has that similar structure where everything kind of fades out and a guitar riff appears and then the band comes in and guitar solo. So structurally, they're kind of similar. And it's a very, very cool thing that happens when the band comes in. The band harmonizes with him. Phil Palmer and Nathan East are harmonizing with Eric's riff. Da, 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 that thing. And then Steve Ferroni does this explosive drum fill that leads Eric into the solo. And it's just unbelievable. He is on another level. Eric does this like double bend, two-tone bend. That's just, I imagine a lot of guitarists break their strings trying to do that. But it looks like his strings are elastic. And he is, again, in complete control of his guitar. And he does this lick that completely, perfectly leads him back into the riff of the song, the main riff. Da, 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 da. So he's just incredible at telling a story and tying things back together. And the backing vocalists are super strong throughout. And then Eric gets another solo that leads the song out. And I just want to quickly demonstrate one of his iconic patterns, and it's his triplets. And it's these, where he's going... One, two, three, 1, 2, 3. And he does that a couple of times, and it's just so fluid. It's elastic. So I'll just do it again. He goes. I don't know that lick off the top of my head, but it, again, leads perfectly back into the riff. Yeah, I didn't practice that lick, but it just shows how amazing he is. He perfectly tells a story with his playing. So it's a 10 out of 10 from me. Definitive version. I just love the energy on this version compared to the studio version, which had Phil Collins on the original version.
Yeah. Well, that's a wonderful analysis there. Thanks, Michael. You're diving deep, and we love this on the show, which is fantastic. But I have to say, this is my favorite version of this song, for hands down. He's playing on it. All the parts that you highlighted are for me the same things, exactly the same thing, the same reasons I love the song. The breakdown section in the middle with the Badge, there's a nod to Badge there for sure. I love how the song starts off. I love every single aspect of this song, but the energy of the performance is phenomenal. Eric's singing is outstanding. The backing vocalists are hitting all the right notes. It's like, how could you not come across playing that well with a band that good? They're backing him 100%. They're faultless. It's like this wall of sound with this band. And what a great way to perform the songs off Journeyman and things like that with this lineup. It's just phenomenal. So I have to give this song a 20 out of 10 as well. This is a highlight for me as well. It's probably Pretending and this song, probably the next couple as well, but definitely would be the most listened to by me I'm going to hand it over to Andrew. But this 9-piece band made me want to go and buy a pewter grey Strat because it's the coolest thing ever. And I can't imagine playing these songs without a pewter grey Strat. It's that whole thing for me. Phenomenal.
Yeah.
Absolutely phenomenal. Andrew.
Yeah, look, I agree with you. If we thought Pretending was, 50 out of 50, the next couple of songs, it just gets better and better and better and better, and it's just unbelievable. So, yeah, look, the song's not that much different from the original recording, which is understandable because, the album only came out, the year before. So they're still playing, there's nothing really to change. I won't add anything more to the analysis and the commentary that other than the guitar solo. When Clapton's doing the badge, similar, chords, and then he kicks into that solo.
Yeah.
It's just amazing, and he's not doing much. He's not doing much at all. Look, I'm, and we have to talk about the next song, which is 13 minutes long.
Yeah, let's hope that my analysis isn't 13 minutes long.
Look, I'm going to just say what I said before about the other song, and I'm a fanboy. I love it. It's sends shivers up and down my spine, even now when I listen to it and see the video footage. Yeah.
Something that Steve Ferroni does during the first solo is that he's playing with his hi-hat kind of open, and it creates this really great energy that drummers can achieve and bring to the band. And he has that same style of playing on White Room, where he's got that open hi-hat sound while he's playing. It just brings a great energy to that song and whatever he's playing. So in the first solo, he's got the hi-hat slightly open, and it's a great sound, great energy, great support for Eric. And when Eric returns from his solo to the main riff of the song, he switches from the hi-hat to the ride cymbal. And not only is he switching to the ride cymbal, he switches to the ride bell. So and he's digging into this ride bell. And you need to watch him do it and listen to what that makes you feel. Because when I hear it, I'm just like, this is killer. This is so cool. Like, why did you decide to switch right then? Why didn't you switch to the ride cymbal when the solo started? His choices are incredible. He like I said, he decided to switch to the ride cymbal and switch to the ride bell specifically at the end of the solo when Clapton's riff reappears. He's a brilliant drummer and probably my favorite that Eric has worked with in his solo career. So I think, we all said at least 10 out of 10 for Bad Love. And that brings us to the next song, Old Love. Old Love. Possibly the most passionate performance of Eric's career. If you don't cry from watching this, then I couldn't tell you what will make you cry. Either Eric's vocal or Eric's 2 guitar solos will just break you down. The way that his band plays with him, they're all one. And this is why they're the best band in the world. Because they all understood what this song is about. And they all channeled that into their performance. It's just the most inspired playing from a band I've maybe ever seen. This is how you play with other musicians. This is how you play a song. And if you hear the original studio version, there's not a lot of dynamic to it. There's not a lot of the ups and downs in volume. But this version breathes. It's an animal when it needs to be, and it can be completely quiet and delicate on the other hand. Clapton's voice is amazing, and you can see it. You could see the pain in his eyes and just in the way that he's reacting. The reverb on the snare drum is breathtaking. You can just die happily listening to this. It's like heart stopping. The sound mix and the performance, I don't know how they did this. And it's otherworldly. And I just want to skip to the guitar solo, because the first note of that guitar solo it's like 10 plus seconds of Eric doing this bend. And I'm not going to play it because without the other instruments, it's not the same. And without the context before it, it's not the same. So Eric does this like 10, 12, 13 second note, a bend. And Steve Ferroni, the drummer, does this incredible drum fill across the toms on his kit. And then the band just launches into the chord progression. And Eric just tells a story unlike anyone else on this specific performance. The band is completely supporting him in the best way that they ever could. And when they get to the this section, Steve Ferroni does a drum fill that takes them into that, and it's orchestral. And Eric's playing all the way at the top of the neck, and it's just climactic. It's heroic. He's battling something, and we're watching it happen. This song feels like a journey, which could tie into Journeyman, of which this album, this song came from. And he wrote the song with Robert Cray, and I wonder if they even performed it at these shows, because he was at those blues shows. So I wonder if there's video of them doing that. There could be. But yeah, he wrote the song with Robert Cray, and the studio version is again missing a couple of the dynamics that this version has. This after his first solo, after Eric's first solo, they kind of back the energy down, and they give Greg Philliganes either a marimba or vibraphone solo. I'm not sure I know the tonal difference between the two, but he's sampling the sound on his keyboard, and it's really, really elegant, and again brings you back to the feeling of being in a club. Very intimate. And then Nathan East gets an amazing bass solo, which is again orchestral and Baroque, I would say. And that leads back into Eric playing another solo, where he kind of comes back in very loud, and then he backs down the energy and eventually builds it up in the same way that he would do so for a song like I Shot the Sheriff, where he'll make a loud statement and then he'll make a bunch of quiet statements and work his way up to a climax, which is exactly what he does here. And at one point, he does a couple of runs on guitar that just tear at you. They just tear at the listener. And the use of reverb and the use of the room microphones by Alex Haas is genius. This is what a mix should do. A mix should make you feel. A sound mix should make you feel. And they nailed it. It's a perfect performance. It's a perfect mix. 1,000 out of 10. 1,000 out of 10. And I'm surprised that I got through that much faster than I thought. I love this song, but I just wanted to touch on just a couple of things that make it so incredible. 1,000 out of 10. Old love. Brad?
Well, I don't know how I can sort of elaborate any more on that song than you just did, but yeah, I do feel that Clapton was channeling the past. You can feel the pain. You can feel in every essence of this song, vocally, guitar-wise, the solos are just, to me, it's just him playing from the heart. You can feel that in every note he's playing. The delicacy, like the delicate notes he plays, the intensity when he goes, and it's like he's telling someone, guitar-wise, the journey of a thing like an old flame or something like that. That's starts off, he's talking about it in a soft-spoken voice, and he escalates it, and then pulls it back again, like he's emotional about it and pulls it back. It's what makes a blues guitarist, in my opinion. If you listen to this, you're feeling the pain and expression in the guitar playing. His vocally, I can feel that as well. His delivery of the vocal, you can hear that he's channeling that, And as musicians, it's a great way to get those feelings out, like a cleansing, because you can actually get those feelings and emotions out. And really, it's an amazing thing, an ability to be able to do as a musician, to be able to sit back and listen to something like this. It's like a timestamp. You can timestamp it. There's a moment of pain, suffering, whatever it may be. You can sit back and listen to it. It's like a cathartic experience. It's good to be able to like bookend that moment. But while he's performing that, he's feeling that.
Exactly.
So I have to give it, like, my score is like 20 out of 10. But I'll give it 1,000 out of 10. I'll give it a Michael score. And it's an amazing performance. I would way prefer to listen to this performance of it than the recorded version. I just feel more in this. There's more expression. The bass solo from Nathan East is phenomenal as well. I wanted to highlight that because he is an amazing bass player. There's so much. It's like Nathan East is actually channeling the same thing when he's playing. But the solo from Clapton, where he holds that note, it's just like heart-wrenching. You can sit there and listen to that over and over and over. It's a beautiful version of the song. Yeah, I'll hand it over to Andrew. I could talk about it forever too. So,
oh, guys, I appreciate the depth and the sincerity and the honesty in your presentations and your discussions, because we don't have a lot of Clapton fans that we hang out with, during the day to sort of, share these thoughts and opinions. And, we've got some cats in the chat hanging out with us too. 10 people in here all digging it. We've got Mark Tanner saying it's a masterpiece. So, the 4 songs on this segment are one of the best stretch of 4 songs recorded and filmed. We're starting off with Pretending, and then we've got Bad Love, and then we've got Old Love, and then we're going to come down, to the next song. So it's just in itself telling a story. If the previous song didn't change much from the album, and both you guys have mentioned it. This song obliterates anything on here, and that's pretty good too. It's nuclear bombed. It's just yeah. I look. I'm just I'm just a fanboy, guys. I'm just so excited when I hear this song. When I saw this, there's a couple of videos over the years that I remember seeing and being excited. This is one of them. When this DVD came out, Van Halen, I remember spending hours watching that. Watching this on VHS when it came out was just phenomenal. And the guitar tone that he has in this, and I like the fact that Michael mentioned it, that he can back off and he can come back on and have that ability to tell a story. Brad said it too, in his vocals, his performance. It's not a performance because it's more than that. A performance could connotate some kind of acting, maybe. There's no acting here. This is, as Michael said, it's a band at its peak. Phenomenal performance. And I'm going to echo what the guys have said. It's 1,000 out of 1,000. Hey, KMX Rock.
Yeah. Should we do a shout out to some people in the chat there, Andrew? Maybe it's a good time to do that.
Yeah. So, look, we haven't been ignoring you guys, but we just want to make sure that Michael gets an opportunity to keep his thought processes running. So, Simon, our co-host, is going to jump on soon and tell us the album that we're going to talk about next week, KXM Rock. Cheers, brother. Nice to see you. Nelson, always a pleasure. Thank you for joining us. Mark Tanner. Yeah. He's a Clapton nut. He's got some good class there. He's ranking pretty similar to where we're at. Alan, Dr. Gerber's in the chat. Orders to go. That's a new name in the chat. Thank you for joining us. Hit the sub if you haven't already.
Mm-hmm.
Who else? I think that's probably about it. We've got 10 people watching. And if you're watching the replay and you've got to the shout-out stage of the show and you haven't subscribed to our channel, please do.
Yep.
If you haven't subscribed to Michael, there he is there. Pay him back. Give him some love. Show him some love on his social media and tell him how great and important his analysis has been, not only to our show, but also contributing to, that organic fan perspective, which is really important. So we appreciate that. And our other co-host, there he is. Shout out to Brad. Follow Brad. He'll keep you up to date with what's happening on the channel. And let's get Simon cooking too. There he is, Simon Williams 33 on Instagram. So yeah, shout out, but especially give Michael a share his channel, please, because he is offering for our channel some input that we just could never meet. Thank you, Michael.
I appreciate it, guys. Thank you for having me, honestly. To allow anyone to talk about this music that means so much to me, and I know you guys, and I'm sure thousands of fans. It's really, 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 really great.
Yeah, well, organic fans are the future, I think, for telling the authentic stories. We had journalists, professional journalists for a long time, some pretty good journalists who had the ear and, the confidence of a lot of these artists that we follow. But there's some bad journalism out there too, So one of the things that we like to do with our small little show is just offer, obviously, perspectives and opinions, but also, maybe a few facts too. So, yeah, that's all part and parcel of what we do here. So, enough talking. I'm going to hand it back to Michael because it's Michael's show. We're just sitting back. We're just spectators today.
We're soaking it all up.
Yeah.
If I may say, I think that Old Love, this performance from 24 Nights, should be spoken about in the same conversation as Comfortably Numb, Stairway to Heaven,
Wow.
anything like that. I think that Old Love from 24 Nights is it's up there. What do you guys think?
It's epic.
Okay. We're going to start a movement. Hashtag. We're going to do a hashtag campaign. Hashtag Old Love Epic.
Let's get it up on those charts.
Yeah, I agree with you, Michael. It's like the recorded version of Old Love is wonderful, but as a live performance, this is one of the most epic live performances of a song. Is to live it in a total emotive way.
Yeah,
It's captured up exactly how it should be.
exactly. Yeah, you can improve upon that.
Yeah, it's perfect.
I agree. I completely agree. Okay, so Old Love transitions into Wonderful Tonight, which is the last of the 9-piece band. Wonderful Tonight is, I would say, even more delicate than Old Love. Old Love
Yep.
is very delicate in the verses. It's very light, very airy. And Old Love, again, it has that more dramatic feel to it, especially in the choruses. But Wonderful Tonight has this much lighter feel than Old Love, and it's gorgeous, I would say. There's a really good feature by Ray Cooper playing like chimes. It just adds this prettiness to the amazing song, and it sounds great. Obviously, the mix is great. So definitely hats off to Alex Haas and Russ Titleman, the mixer and producer. The backing vocals on Wonderful Tonight are really good. They're very mellow, very restrained. And it allows Eric's voice to shine on top of it. And Eric's not even singing with that much energy on this. I want to mention how this version of the song is a much slower tempo than the version from Slowhand, like much slower. And for a drummer to be playing that slow, I would say is difficult, but Steve Ferroni is a master and he can play at any tempo. And he's completely locked in with Ray Cooper, hitting the tambourine. And their work together, the way that they mesh is so great. I want to demonstrate one quick thing that they do in the second verse. They sing, "We go to a party and everyone turns to see." Eric does a little variation here. Instead of doing the main chord changes are from G, D, to C. So back to D. But in this second verse, they go, "We go to a party and everyone turns to see." Here's the change. "This beautiful lady." There's the change right there. So instead of going from a G chord to a D chord, as they do for the whole song, they do a variation of G to B minor. "This beautiful lady." And that change is unexpected, but it sounds really, really good. And I'm really happy that they give this different color to this song just by adding that one chord right there. "This beautiful lady that's walking around with me." So definitely look out for that the next time you listen to it in the second verse. It's a really nice change that they added. And at the end of the main song, Eric says, "I feel wonderful," and then he has this a cappella where he sings "Tonight," but he sustains it, and it's just him singing, and that is a very scary thing for a singer to do, to sing a cappella in a hall in front of thousands of people. But Eric was deep in the song, and he's not nervous. He was very confident, and it leads the band into this 2-chord vamp over the chords C and D. So that those chords sound like. And then eventually, after a couple of iterations of those chords, Katie Kassoon, the backing vocalist, starts singing or scat singing over these 2 chords. And eventually she works her way up into a climax where the band comes back in, and Eric has a guitar solo where he comes in hot and the band is playing at full force. And at one point, the band backs off and they cut the energy back down. And Eric goes back into the riff. Do, do, do. You know the full riff. And what happens when Eric's doing that riff is his backing guitarist, Phil Palmer, is doing what we call volume swells, which is when you have your guitar volume or whatever you're playing, you have your volume pretty much off, and you play the note or chord, and then you raise the volume on your instrument. So you go from nothing to something. And at the very end of the song, Phil Palmer, the backup guitarist, is harmonizing with Eric, doing these volume swells. And I didn't know, or I don't know, if he intended on doing that before, or if he did that in other versions, or if he was improvising that. But who would think to do a volume swell to harmonize? It's just a very different textural thing that's happening at the end of the song. And the only other person that I would think of that would do that is like a Jeff Beck type of person.
Yeah.
Hey, Michael, can I just jump in? I want to ask you, is he using a volume pedal for those swells, or is he using his tone control? Oh, his volume control on his guitar.
I don't know. I don't know if Phil Palmer is using a volume pedal or
gotta be a pedal.
Guitar.
Gotta be a pedal.
I have noticed that, and I've overlooked it. But now that you've brought this up, I'm going to be paying close attention.
Yeah, it's when Eric's doing the end riff, and it's very quiet, and they're all just like, I'm sorry. And then they kind of hold on that last note.
Yeah.
And then Eric
gotta be a volume pedal.
Yeah. And then Eric does the da-da-dum. Just orchestral.
Yeah.
Who plays like that?
Mm-hmm.
That is he's dancing. He's a genius. Who plays like that?
That's why we're here, still analyzing this all these years later.
Yeah. Yeah. Definitive version for me, 10 out of 10. Wonderful tonight. Brad?
Yeah, I'm going to go back and re-listen to a lot of that now. And thanks for bringing that up. I have noticed it, Michael, but I've never really analyzed it in that way. So thanks for bringing that up, because I'm going to go back and listen to it in a different sense now. And I'm going to be trying to listen to what Phil's doing there. Is he using a volume pedal? Yeah. That's amazing. But I love his vocal delivery in this song. I love how it's a slower tempo. I actually love the slow hand version. I'm in love with the song. It's a great song. But I love this version of it too. Again, another showcase of Eric's voice. He sings so delicately. He's got a wonderful way of pushing his voice where it needs to be, and he gets that gritty bluesy thing going. But he also sings so delicately, and I think you mentioned before, Michael, he's pitch perfect all the time. He never really wavers from being off, even when he's using vibrato in his voice. It's perfect. So if a lot of the musicians in the chat or anyone watching this later, I'm sure you're familiar with performing live and how difficult it is to play a quiet, mellow song and perform it and give it what it deserves. And Eric and his band in this performance, they're doing that. They're delivering it in a way where they're capturing the vibe of the song. It's very hard, in my opinion. It's easier to play a loud, in-your-face song than it is a delicate song. That's just my opinion. And I love the way they perform this song. And I gave it a 10 out of 10. Andrew?
Wow. You guys are amazing. Look, this version of the song is so much better than the drunken versions that he's done, previous to 24 Nights. And it's a credit, to Eric realizing that when he performs live and he's been recorded live, that he can take it up 10 steps further, and his state of mind and where he was at around this time is crucial, I think, to the success of this DVD and the album, and consequently his career beyond this period. That look, I agree with. I think Michael said it's the definitive version. I think it's beautiful. It's beautiful after you've been on this roller coaster ride, as I've mentioned earlier, with the 3 other songs, and then you're coming down. And if you're lucky enough, if you guys have ever been lucky enough to be drunk and been able to sing this song to a blonde-haired girlfriend or partner, you've been pretty lucky. I can recommend not singing this song to a girl who doesn't have blonde hair. Okay? It'll backfire.
Brown or black. It's the same.
Yeah. It'll backfire on you. Trust me. Doesn't work.
Speaking from experience.
Yeah, doesn't work, guys. Look, I love the song too. It's 10 out of 10 for me. I can't add any more to the analysis other than what Michael and Brad have said. It's it's beautiful. It's a beautiful song.
Yeah, beautiful performance, beautiful song, amazingly captured. Wow, look at that! 100. Is that?
What's
billion?
that?
Billion?
Is that 100 million or?
Billion.
That number that big is just too big for me. I can't absorb that.
Yeah, that's too many zeros.
Unbelievable.
Earlier in Wonderful Tonight, I mentioned that they have that little variation. This beautiful. Sorry, I need some more volume. This beautiful. Where's the sustain? This beautiful lady. There's that B minor variation instead of G to D to C. They go from G to B minor, which sounds so great at that one instance. But at the very end of the song, when Eric gets his second solo, the outro solo after Katie Kassoon's gorgeous her scat singing, her solo, what happens is the band is actually playing a B chord again. So they go... Dum, da, da, dum, da, 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 da. Again, this is a change too. This is not how the song goes. This is a change that they added, which sounds so great. This is a C chord over a D in the bass, which creates this tension. So, dun, dun, yeah, okay, 1, 2, 3, and. Dun, 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 dun. And they take it down in energy there. And then Eric on the last part. So who thinks to arrange a song like that? Who breathes this new life into a song that's at that time 24 years old? When did Slow Hand come out? 77, 76? So that's something that Clapton has always done. He's breathed new life into these songs and made it interesting for himself and made it interesting for us. And either he does that by changing the arrangement, having different musicians in his band, or a combination of both. And it just makes it continuously interesting for us and allows us to have so many different favorite versions. So, wonderful. Yeah. Go ahead.
Is it? Do you think? I'll jump in and I'll say, do you think it's Clapton being selfish and wanting to evolve the song to a current state to where he's at the time, or do you think it's to, enhance the song just because he feels that it's dated, like kind of like what I said just previous anyway? But I don't know. I think it's more of a selfish thing. He wants to just enhance the song to where he's at, current state of mind, rather than try and present it a different way. Maybe he's presenting it a different way for his fans, but I think it's more of a selfish thing. He just feels like the song needed developing. And I think that's an important thing that you've touched on there, Michael, that, he's presented it in a different arrangement in a different way for the night, which worked beautifully, absolutely beautifully. But I'll throw that out there. Do you guys think it's a selfish thing that he's doing it and redeveloping the song in a way to suit the current state that he's in?
Andrew?
Because we know that every time he plays the song, he's you've spoken about some drunken performances there, Andrew.
I think he's certainly the reason why I like this album is because it's a beginning of a new chapter, and obviously in his life. So sobriety was really important to him, and in his biography he talks about it, and the clarity, and he's seen things differently. The clouds are different, the sky's different. He's hearing music differently. So look. I think he's doing a lot of the stuff because of himself first and foremost. He wants to hear, obviously songs that are really important that have made him a lot of money. Let's not forget that, the guy's got 10 Ferraris, and he's got that because people have been buying records. So he's got to make sure that if you're paying $200 to go and see a gig, you're going to hear something. But the thing about this DVD that Michael and yourself have gone through, bro, is that it's some of the songs are remarkably different from the recorded versions, and some songs aren't. So it's what is it? It's just been part of that creative journey, isn't it?
I think a lot of it comes down to his band he's performing with as well. I think he feels that the band he's performing with allows him to redevelop and recreate this epic songs that he's done and turn them into what's relevant to him at the time, maybe. So selfishly, and probably influenced heavily by the musicians he's performing with. So that's my take on
it. Mark calls it sharing. Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah. I love what he did with that.
Good question.
Yeah. Maybe deviated a little bit away from the content of what we're doing here, but I still think it was relevant, you know.
Yeah, no, that was great. Which brings us to the orchestra nights, the final arrangement of the 24 Nights series. The orchestra nights featured conductor and composer Michael Kamen, who famously worked with Pink Floyd and wrote the score for The Wall. You could hear him or his orchestrations on songs like Comfortably Numb, which are breathtaking and take the song to new heights. And he ended up working with Eric Clapton in, I think, the late 80s on a BBC series, a film series called Edge of Darkness, or The Lethal Edge of Darkness. I forget which it's called. And so they wrote the score together, and Clapton plays guitar on it. But we'll eventually get to that when we get to the actual song. The first song on the orchestra nights is Bell Bottom Blues. And Eric kind of says at the intro of that video, we're doing something different, where we're going to be playing my songs with an orchestra arrangement. We just kind of tried this out, so we'll see if it works or if it doesn't work. So he's very, very humble. He knows that, you know, they didn't really have much rehearsal for it, and it may sound good, or it may not work as a collaboration of sorts. So he's very humble and very, what's the word? Not insecure, but vulnerable. He's putting himself out there, and he's saying whatever happens, happens. And what actually happened is miraculous, especially on a song like Bell Bottom Blues. At the beginning of the song, the orchestra, the violins kind of imitate the sound of seagulls, and they're just kind of doing this rising motion on their violins, which I believe you would call a glissando, or a gliss for short. And this kind of makes you see things, see images, and that's the power of music. And maybe it has to do with what they're showing in the video. They're showing these kind of like fireworks going off, but it's just an animation. And I picture seagulls when I hear that. What do you guys hear at the intro of?
I do too.
Seagulls?
Definitely. Yeah, hearing seagulls, and definitely.
Yeah. So another thing that I really like about this performance is Eric's using a different pickup combination on his guitar. He's using the second, I think he's using the second position. So the first would be the bridge. The second position combines the bridge pickup and the middle pickup. And that kind of gives him a sound that is reminiscent of his sound from Derek and the Dominoes, which is the band where he recorded this song originally on the Layla and Other Assorted Love Songs album. So he's using this second position. Let's see, holding it up. Second position on his Strat, and he must have the treble decently high so that it's brilliant and clear. And let's see. And it's got this quack to it that his brownie Strat or his blackie Strat would have, even though he's using his lace sensor pickups. These are not lace sensors. These are vintage noiseless. So I'll just demonstrate what that sounds like. The intro. So it's got that quack to it that a lot of Fender Stratocasters have in that position. And just hearing that takes you back to that time, or takes you back to listening to that album. And I really like that he did his homework, and he knows how to get those sounds and just recreate a vibe for us. So I'm really glad that he did that. I love the string work on the song. I love the horns in the chorus. In the first chorus, there's not really a lot of comping that's happening. And again, comping is when musicians play in between the singing. After a phrase is sung, then someone can get a fill. It could be on drums, bass, guitar, piano, whatever. But in the first chorus of Bell Bottom Blues, there's no vocal comps or any comps really. On the second solo, or in the second chorus, there begins the comping from backing vocalists Katie Kassoon and Tessa Niles, and they start to sing dramatic vocals as the song progresses. And the first comping that they do is maybe in a lower register. And as the song goes on to future choruses, Katie Kassoon, who's the featured vocalist again, as she was in Wonderful Tonight, she gets to sing these beautiful comps that get more and more dramatic and intense as the song goes on. And after a couple of choruses, Eric gets a guitar solo. And speaking of chorus, I think he's using his chorus pedal for this song again. He would use it on earlier songs like Running on Faith, and maybe even in Pretending a little bit. He might have this chorus on a very like slow or a low depth, but you can hear it there. It's just a great addition to his sound at that time. So Eric's guitar solo is great. It's very fitting and almost reminiscent of the first solo in Running on Faith, where it's just perfect for the song and not showy. And I think that's the only solo on the song. This is more of a showcase for Clapton's voice and the arrangement that Michael Kamen had with the orchestra and how the band plays together. When I spoke with mix engineer Alex Haas, he said that he first mixed the band and got all those levels right, and then he added in the orchestra as an auxiliary instrument, as a lot of mixers do, where they'll mix the core band first, and then they'll add the strings as a layer on top, or the strings and the horns. So that was just very cool to hear him do. And Bell Bottom Blues. I don't know if I have anything else to say on this. The second verse, Eric sings, "Once I was strong, but I lost the fight." The way he sings, "But I lost the fight," you see the passion and intensity, and he's singing it as if he were still interested in Patty, and he probably still was at that point, because I think they had gotten a divorce a few years prior. So I'm sure he's thinking about the time that he spent with her and the time before that, because that's the passion that drove him to write these songs. Mm-hmm. So I just love Clapton's vocals on this song. They're extremely passionate. His guitar playing is perfect. It plays for the song, as he always does. And I just love what Katie Kassoon does. It's just soars. She soars above everyone. And I imagine she got a lot of work after her work on this album. And I hope she did. She's a legend. She's a legend. 10 out of 10 for me. And I would say that it's completely different from the original version. The passion is there on both versions, on the Layla version and the 24 Nights version. I can't say one is better than the other, because they're both amazing. Brad?
Well, that's an awesome analysis of this track. The second verse, where he does sing that, "Where I lost the fight," you can really feel, and this version of this song in particular is probably one of my favorites. I love Layla and Other Assorted Love Songs version, the recorded version of it. There's such a heartfelt emotive behind the song. and I think he captured it wonderfully on this version of the song. I will note that his guitar solo in this song, I kind of get the impression that he may have started out with it mapped out, like where he was going to go to, but I kind of feel like he just strayed back to typical Clapton land and started to improvise again, and the feel of everything that was behind him musically, he just played so phenomenally on this track. So it's sparing, but there's so much depth there. When I say sparing, like he's not fluttering in furious amounts of notes. There's just so much feel there. Again, this whole 24 Nights, I think Clapton sings wonderfully on. Some of his best vocal performances I've ever heard. And Bell Bottom Blues, it gives me goosebumps hearing this version of it. It still does the same thing as like other versions I've heard of it, but it's one of my favorites, and I gave it 10 out of 10 as well. Andrew?
It's a 10 out of 10 for me too, guys. It's not that much different from the Layla version, to be fair, in my opinion. But remarkably, when I say not much different, it's not too far off the original. Okay. But they are different songs, and I think Michael mentioned that, as well. I like this version of the song. I think I like the Layla version better. I think I like the Layla version better than this song. So I'm going to give this version 9 out of 10, but only because of that reason. Only because I like, if that makes any.
I know what you're saying. It's hard to, when you're so attached to like Layla and other assorted love songs version, and then you listen to this. But I understand what you're saying there, Andrew, 100%.
But I know that part and parcel of these shows that we do, it's always about the DVD or the album, so in the context of the album. So yeah. So I'm still going to give it 9 out of 10. Only because I just there's just something about the song, I think, that just keeps it around that 9 for me. But it's never a skip.
Yeah. I think on the all I can say is imagine being part of like being part of this live performance, sitting there listening to this from a listener's perspective on the night. It would bring tears to your eyes to hear Bell Bottom Blues the way it was performed.
Oh, I think they should have put Layla in.
Definitely.
I'd be happy if they dropped this and put Layla in, because there are versions of Layla out there on YouTube, and if you guys haven't checked it out, it's one of the best versions of Layla out there. So it's I'm digressing. I'm sorry, guys, but I'd like to see Layla in there.
Yeah, you mentioned that night being pretty historic, and I also found this. Let's see.
Hold on, buddy.
From
Hold on.
February 9th.
Wow.
1990. I believe this is the show where they did those orchestra recordings. It definitely says orchestra on here. Yeah.
Yeah. But February the 9th, 1990. Yep.
It's debated if it was actually the 9th of February or the 8th or the 10th. So I bought all of them. I have
Edge of Darkness is 8, but isn't Bell Bottom Blues and Hard Times the 9th? That's
I'm not positive. I think they were all recorded that same night.
Okay.
But I would have to check like a Where's Eric type site. I just want to show. Here's the 8th. I'm not sure if this was the night where they got the taping. I'm not sure if this is the night that they got Hard Times, Bell Bottom Blues, and Edge of Darkness, or if it was one of these. But I search eBay all the time for the ticket stubs from the film dates, because I just want to have kind of the whole picture.
Okay, so according to Roberty, the orchestra nights were on the 8th
Mark
and the
Roberti?
9th.
Mark
Yeah.
Roberti?
And the 10th was the complete show broadcast live on BBC One. Yeah.
Oh, okay. Wow.
So, Eric, when you're rewatching this, we want a remastered version of this, remixed, remastered, with every performance, including Layla, please.
Yeah. Yeah. That would be nice. I know Peter Blake released, I think, a book.
Yes.
With the DVD, and it
Yes.
cost around like $1,000, I think.
Yeah, I'm still saving for it.
I think it's Genesis Publications, possibly.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
They're that boutique company that has the autographed books and all those really nice pictures and stories. And I know a couple of people that have them, but I've never seen the inside of them. I'd
No,
like
because you'd have to charge people for a look, wouldn't you? If it's $1,000.
Yeah, pretty much. But anyway, that version, the Peter Blake book, comes with like a deluxe version of 24 Nights, which has a version of I Shot the Sheriff that someone has on YouTube. If you type in like Bohemia, I Shot the Sheriff, you'll find this performance from 24 Nights that was otherwise unreleased. So that was for the fans that could afford it. So it's nice that that person shared it with us, because it's a pretty good version of I Shot the Sheriff. So definitely check that out on YouTube. Okay, so we just did Bell Bottom Blues. I think we all gave it a pretty good rating. The next song from the orchestra nights is Hard Times. Hard Times is a cover of Ray Charles's original. And I think that this is one of the most incredible vocal performances in Clapton's career, and possibly his best vocal performance on this DVD. There's a few moments on this DVD that can make you cry. This is probably one of those moments for me. Obviously, people talk about Clapton as a guitar player, but here you can tell that he was really working on his singing, working on communicating emotion, and his delivery is legendary. This is what people like Frank Sinatra could do on any day, but Eric does it here. This is one of Eric's finest moments. Greg Philliganes is playing piano throughout the song, and he's leading one chord into another so perfectly. He's the guide through the song, Greg. He definitely helps the song progress through the changes, and it's a very interesting song. And I really love that Eric is doing this standard. It's not just a blues; it's a different, almost jazz progression that Eric's singing over. And as the song progresses, the vocals become more dramatic. And it's about loss and, not having money and losing loved ones. This is not an easy song to, get into the driver's seat of. And Eric does it effortlessly. I love the strings by Michael Kamen on this. I love the orchestrations. They're beautiful. And the mix again. it just takes the song to new heights. Greg Philliganes gets the first part of the solo, just the same way that Ray Charles' original starts off with a piano solo. I think it starts off with a piano solo and then it goes into a saxophone solo. In Clapton's version, Greg Philliganes gets the first part of the solo and then Eric takes the second part. And after Eric's guitar solo, he steps back up to the microphone, impassioned. I've never seen him sing this way. When he said, "I had a woman who was always around." His heart is on his sleeve. I've never seen him do that. It's as impassioned as in Bell Bottom Blues, "Once I Was Strong, but I Lost the Fight." That moment, he was able to do that again. And that's probably hard for an artist to do, hard for a singer to do. But I'm sure he is connecting with the song on a really deep level. And he communicated that and delivered that perfectly. I love the sound of the fretless bass or of the upright bass in the guitar solo. I love the drums. The drums are incredible. Steve Ferroni again. Steve Ferroni is back. It's unbelievable. And Clapton eventually goes up vocally, and he's unbelievable. His voice it's smoky. It's smoky, and again, he's pouring his heart out. And at the very end, the orchestra kind of cuts on "Who Knows," and then Eric sings by himself, "Better Than I." And again, he's vocally perfect. And then the drums do a couple of hits, and the band takes us out. 500 out of 10. Brad?
Wow. Yeah, that's an amazing analysis, Michael. Yeah, I'll touch on a couple of things you did. Just his vocal performance is stellar. Amazing dynamics, but heartfelt. I use the word emotive in a very powerful way. People, call emotive music certain things, but I find he was singing with an emotion in a lot of these tracks. I agree with you. This is one of his finest vocal performances. The strings on the track were amazing. I can't really sort of go on about this track any more than you already have, Michael. So I gave it 10 out of 10. It's amazing. The progression, definitely not leaning too heavily on blues. It's because it's more of a jazz progression. So something a little different for Eric as well that we'd not necessarily heard, but beautiful vocal delivery as well. 10 out of 10 for me, Andrew.
The orchestra gives the song that extra bite, doesn't it? It's clear, and it's got to be said, I think, from Clapton's point of view, that he's singing a couple of songs here in these gigs, and indeed probably there's a lot of songs that he's singing that his heroes have sung that he grew up playing when he was younger. So it's got to be pretty mind-blowing for Clapton to be singing this song with an orchestra that he's probably been singing for years. And, so he's offering us an interpretation of a song that's a classic. And immediately the song becomes a classic. Was Clapton the first guy to, bring in orchestration, for a lot of these, I'm going to say this word respectfully, pop songs, because there was a period not long after this where even Metallica had an orchestra, a lot of bands were Foo Fighters, you know, Madonna. Everybody had an orchestra. So, you know, Clapton again setting a fashion trend. A remarkable song. I think if I didn't get caught by the bait with Bell Bottom Blues, this song certainly put me on the end of the hook. I've been pulled, and yeah, I'm coming, baby. I love it. 10 out of 10.
Yeah.
10 out of 10.
Wow. Which brings us to our final track on the DVD of 24 Nights, which is Edge of Darkness. Edge of Darkness, again, was written by Eric Clapton and Michael Kamen, who was a composer and conductor, and you could see him in the video. And the intro to Edge of Darkness, you kind of see him with his baton, and he's just like very powerful, very like almost king-like, just giving orders to his people. And the band or the orchestra responds perfectly to his conducting, and it begins very dark. It's the only way I could describe it. The notes that are played against each other are just very dark and ominous sounding. And maybe they're minor chords or minor sounding notes together that just create this uncomfortability, but it ties perfectly into the song title. So that means it's successful. Eventually Clapton comes in with the motif for the song, which I could play. And again, I think he's using that second position on his Strat, which is the bridge pickup and the middle pickup combined.
Yep.
So that sounds like, okay, that sounds like this. And that happens a couple of times. And the orchestra is not really doing too much while he's doing that. And after a certain point, after a couple of repetitions of that riff, the orchestra kind of has this weightlessness type feel to it, where the strings go from a lower register to a higher register. So any of the bass that was in the recording is now gone. And you go from a full sound to a much lighter sound, and you feel like you're falling. And that's how I feel when that section comes after Clapton plays the riff for a few times. And there's a little pause, and then Steve Ferroni hits the drums, and then the orchestra comes in, and Clapton's not playing yet. There's kind of this very busy sounding, almost James Bondy sound happening. It's a kind of James Bondy vibe, and I'll kind of simulate this. The strings are doing. And then Clapton comes back in with the riff. But this time there's these frantic drums and the strings are just going. And then with the chord changes, it's just frantic. It's insane. And you're watching Clapton navigate his way through like a James Bond theme.
Michael, can I ask you one thing? Can you just grab your guitar and play that line again, but just in view so we can see what you're doing? Because of that microphone's just in the way, mate.
Sorry.
Yeah. Whether you can move the mic or move yourself just a little bit. I know it's probably not what you want to hear right now, but
No, it's fine. So which part do you want to see?
oh, well, just the lead line that you played before and you demonstrated. I'm sure everyone would love to see your hands there.
Let me just move this a little bit.
Yeah, perfect.
Okay.
I'm sorry to do this to you.
No,
mate.
no problem.
I'm sure everyone in the chat, including myself, want to see it. So that's great.
And then again, the strings are doing this hectic, crazy, busy pattern, but it works perfectly because it makes you feel like you're in a hurry or something is happening, something exciting, something important, something powerful is happening, something dark, something unsafe is happening, and that completely ties back into the title of the song, Edge of Darkness. And the strings again are doing this. Then they play it an octave up, which just creates this continued tension. So I'll just play it instead of speaking. So yeah, it's just
That's awesome. Thanks, Michael.
I played this. I played a wrong note here. I meant to do. And he never really bends with his index finger, which is actually very difficult to do. You usually bend strings with your other fingers, not necessarily your index finger.
Which, Michael, we touched something in the green room. Maybe it's a good opportunity to go over the vibrato styles while we've got you on a camera like this.
Sure. I could
digressing a little bit away from the song, but
sure.
While I've got you in this sort of view where we can actually see your hands, would be great.
Yeah. So Clapton's vibrato. There's one. The first one that comes to mind to me is this like stinging vibrato, like on Running on Faith. When he does that solo, the first solo. I'm sorry, the second solo. I'll demonstrate it. It's when he does this. Maybe I'll just play a little bit of it. Do I have this saved? Because then I can play along with it. Hold on. Let's see. Wrong.
I'm sorry to throw you in the deep end, but
what was that?
Oh, sorry to throw you in the deep end. I just think it's a good opportunity to go over his vibrato styles now that you're talking about it.
Yeah, this vibrato, it's just like this. If you go like this, if you practice going like this, then you could nail his vibrato. And that's, to me, one of the most incredible vibrato sounds that he achieves. And you can hear that on Running on Faith. I might need to play the solo, but it's when he hits this note, this G note. I'll play it in context of the solo. So this is the second solo from Running on Faith. Good luck to me.
Awesome.
So this is the vibrato I was talking about, but I don't think I did it as best as I could. On its own, I mean, it's weird to do it on its own with no context. So that's probably the most popular one that I can think of. The other vibrato that he does is a vibrato when he bends. So what's an example of when he bends with vibrato? I think maybe in the Pretending or Bad Love. In Old Love, he'll bend with vibrato. Let's see. Where can I do it? Sorry, I'm just going through in my head a section where he'll do it, but let's see. I can't think of one off the top of my head. Let's see.
Okay.
Let's see. His other vibrato, I guess. I mean, I'll just demonstrate what that sounds like. Instead of the stinging,
Yep.
I would rather use an example with context. But the other type of vibrato he does is when he bends and applies vibrato. So.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Have you ever loved a woman? So, okay. Actually, so far that the vibrato hasn't appeared yet. So where would it be? Maybe in the section that I mentioned much earlier. So that when he does. Double stop.
Yeah.
So that's the example of the that's the second vibrato, right? And then the third vibrato, Andrew, can you remind me of what that one was?
So he's using his index finger, his ring finger, and then he does the swirl.
Like that, or
Yeah. He's,
do you have a specific song that you could think of, or
no, I didn't make it. I didn't make a point of remembering or the song. It was just more about the technique. I think BB King is more responsible for that kind of vibrato, isn't he? The index finger. Sorry, the that finger vibrato.
Yeah. I'm thinking that it might occur in Old Love, but I'm not sure. I can think of the second solo. The second solo is kind of long, but that's the one where he starts off loud and then he quiets down and then he builds his way up, just like he would in I Shot the Sheriff.
Mm-hmm.
So maybe that appears, but he also does something that he did around then that he doesn't do a lot now, and that's this. He's like bending up to the note. It's very interesting, and he used to do that a lot more, but he's not doing that a lot now.
He did that in Forever Man too, didn't he?
Mm.
Yeah. But I think I know what you're talking about, that vibrato. But should I do a little bit of that second thing?
Oh.
I mean,
Sure.
Go for it.
We're ready at like.
Sorry for throwing you in the deep end here, Michael.
No problem. Let me see.
It's been great to actually see the playing, because before, when you were doing some demos, we were losing it because the microphone was in the way. So
yeah. Now I'm sitting on the couch. Okay, here we go. So, Old Love Solo 2. Okay, 2, 3, 4.
Wonderful.
Ridiculous.
Awesome. Simon, do you want to jump in, Simon, and offer a quick interpretation of this album? And
we've got a rank. Sorry, I cut Michael off with his ranking.
Oh, did you?
Yeah.
Oh,
Okay.
did I finish Edge of
I
Darkness?
feel bad, Michael, because I cut you off with your wonderful, analysis of the track, Edges of Darkness. I cut you off to do the
Vibrato?
the techniques,
Yeah,
and then we went off on a tangent listening to you play. So
I got kind of lost and didn't play everything completely right, but
no, that was wonderful. Thank you for that.
Appreciate it. We're going to get Simon on, guys. I know that we've been going for 3.5 hours. It's been a long time. We generally try to keep the shows short, but Simon's going to pop on for a couple of minutes and just offer a synopsis. He's kind enough to let us have the limelight on the show, and he's offered some comments in the chat, so he's going to jump on and just give some comments and introduce the album that we're going to discuss next week. In the meantime, before he does that, I just want to thank you, Michael, for coming on and giving us some analysis on this album. It's been phenomenal. Thank you. I don't think Simon, Brad, and I could have offered anywhere near the analysis that you've given us. Personally, bro, I thank you. Thank you for that.
Thank you, Michael. It's been fantastic.
thank you for having me to talk about this, because you both know what it means to me, and I really appreciate it. To be able to have somewhere to talk about this and people, appreciate it as well. And we can all learn from it together, and the perspectives and the information that we have is different, but it all comes together, and it's really great.
No, I appreciate it, and thank you. And we've got some more Clapton shows lined up, and Michael will guest on some more shows in the future. So you guys are very, very lucky. In fact, the show is very, very lucky.
And thank you. And we've got some more Clapton shows lined up. And,
turn that mug off.
On some more
Yeah, turn that mug off. So, super deep insight. Yes, we have. So, thank you, Simon, for letting us go through this album, because if there were going to be 4 co-hosts, would be 8 hours later. Can we hear
still
Simon?
Here at lunchtime. Yeah, I'm still here.
Yeah. So
Still here at
I'm just going to
lunchtime.
go. I'm just going to go and have something, and I'll be back in 2 seconds. So if you want to give your synopsis on the album, that'll be cool. I'll be back in 2 seconds, guys.
Well, in at the deep end, chaps, pay attention. I have an essay. I have questions. No, well, I have some thoughts. First thing I'll say is that I've not really seen this before, so I'm going back and looking at it anew. The first thing that struck me was that it's quite, for a DVD. I didn't really watch the DVD very much. I think if you want to work out what Clapton's playing, it's great. I think if you want to watch a show, clearly they have problems. Clapton plays and sings. He can't run about, and that's not really his style either. So you have a thing where the actual DVD coming at it is quite static. They're all sitting down. Greg Philangis can't run around because you've got keyboards and microphones and stuff. So in effect, I just listened to it as if it were a CD. And actually, I'm not sure that the visuals actually enhanced it that much. As I say, there's a lot of Clapton playing. If you want to know what Clapton's doing, you get a lot of it, and I think it's fantastic for that. Really, it's fantastic with those. But yes, I just listened to it as a CD, myself, really. I had it on and played it, but I didn't really watch the visuals very much at all. I don't really know. I don't know. Do you guys feel that, or do you sit down and watch it as a DVD?
Both.
Yeah.
Both. I mean, I personally, I really enjoyed the performance. I love watching Clapton play on this.
Oh well, yes, it's fantastic for that, for sure. Actually watching him play is great. And if you want to know what he's doing, and you get 80% of lots of finger camera, don't you, and all of that. Yeah. No, I just thought that you compare it to clearly it's a record of something he did, the album, and that's it's fine. It works. But as I say, if you come at it and you sit down, you watch it as a DVD, you think there's not much going on. It's all in the music, and which is what Clapton's about. It's all in the music, it's all in the playing, it's all in the emotion of what they're doing. It's not in the visuals of what they're doing. Nice suits, guys. Nice suits.
Yeah.
So that's my first observation about it. That's sort of top line observation. Is I think that it's as I say, I'd have been quite happy with a CD of it or a record of it, to be honest. I don't think for me the visuals weren't a great enhancement to what was going on. It's all about the music.
There's not much shot of the audience.
There isn't, is there, Michael? There's not really anything.
At the end and beginning of songs, they'll show the audience, but never during the songs.
No.
Yeah.
You
don't see that.
Yeah, I think it's I think that the choice of songs is excellent. I think the performances are uniformly really, really brilliant. It's fantastic performances. I can see why they're chosen. I think the longer songs, Bad Love, Old Love, give Eric a chance to really stretch out. And clearly that's still part of him. That wanting to stretch out and not just play songs. He wants. I think it's when we did Cream 2 weeks ago. It's all about the jamming and all about So clearly, part of, and I'm pleased to see that still then. It's only 30 years ago, by the way. 30 years ago. Do you realise Elvis Presley only had a career of 22 years? Just to put a perspective on it. But yeah, so I think that it's. I think that's really fantastic, and they're fantastic. He plays fantastically. He sings fantastically. I think he's on absolutely top form. I think that the sobriety is his newfound sobriety is a tremendous thing, and he really shines through. He's in control. He's playing really well, really emotionally. He's singing really, really, really well, and I think it's it's often overlooked, Clapton singing, isn't it? He's often not described as a great vocalist. I think on this he's really, really top notch. So I think all those are fantastic. I think the band are, as Michael's alluded to, the band are amazing. That what they do, in terms of being able to play and sing. Nathan East, Greg Fillinganes, they're magicians, really, being able to do all of that and enhance the arrangements of the songs. I think that both of them. I think both the drummers, Steve Ferroni and
Jamie
Oldacre, both brilliant drumming as well. So I think I think he clearly got, as you said, Mike, he's got a top-notch band, and they play top-notchedly. That's not even a word. Just an observation from the DVD. Any ideas why you'd have Robert Cray and Buddy Guy as really your rhythm guitar players? Because you only get one. You get these odd shots, and they do these quite oddly stilted kind of solos. They stand by their amps. I'd expect them to walk to the front of the stage, take a solo, and yet they kind of stand by their amps and do a bit. Do 8 bars or whatever, and then it goes back to Eric. I thought it was a bit. I don't know if there's a lot. There's obviously a lot more of them doing more stuff in not released things or things I didn't particularly see. But the sort of things I felt myself thinking after things. Why Buddy Guy and Robert Cray, clearly great players. Buddy Guy's a bastion of the blues. Kind of seem to have a completely sort of supporting role. I couldn't quite work out in that. But it's odd. But my by the way, my Bête Noire. This has my Bête Noire on it. This DVD. Orchestras in rock should be marched out of the building and given their bus tickets and told to go home. Frankly,
I'm not. Look, Simon. To be fair, I'm going to agree with you because Metallica didn't work well with an orchestra, but Eric pulled it off.
Deep Purple. No, this is entirely. Do you know what? I was laughing to myself about this because it's entirely a piece of personal prejudice on my behalf. It's really funny that I recognise in myself because of personal bias. I don't know why, but I've always, since I started buying records in 1972, Deep Purple. I'm looking at you, orchestra things that didn't really sort of. I just can't get my head. And it's a pretty personal thing. I cannot get my head round orchestras in rock. I sit there and I go, Bell Bottom Blues is a fantastic song. Derek and the Dominoes is an album beyond albums. Does this version of Bell Bottom Blues, is it enhanced by having strings on it? And I can't bring myself to say yes. It's just my thing. I just cannot get my head. Orchestras of classical music. That's different. It's not rock and roll.
Do you not like the Moody Blues or the Beatles or?
No, I do, Michael. It's not. As I say, it's just one of those bizarre things that I. No, I do. I love the Beatles. The Beatles are underrated in my books.
The Beatles with orchestra is what I mean.
And basically, no, it's fine. Well, because they didn't use they used like string quartets and things, didn't they? A bit. George Martin did sometimes. So, and that's fine because I understand their textures and they, I think they work really well. The Moody Blues, playing a mellotron, yes. No, the Moody Blues. Never been a huge fan of the Moody Blues. Seventh Sojourn I probably had when I was a kid, but not a huge fan. But I love Rick Wakeman and stuff. I love his cheek and what he does. No, as I say, there's a whole lot of things like, like Ray Charles is a good, I'm not, just can't, when the orchestra strikes up, I'm sort of mentally leaving town because I just, it's just not my thing, it's not something I've been able to get my head around. And so we arrive at this, and I think that for me, the songs that he does with the orchestra, I think, would be absolutely great without the orchestra. I didn't feel the orchestra added anything. But as I say, it's not my weird anti-orchestra prejudice. But I think it's an interesting point. But
as Eric said, it was an experiment. We're trying it out, and I guess they decided that three of the takes that they got were good enough to put on a DVD and a CD. Yep. So I'm sure there was a lot more than those three songs.
And completely,
that's
and
why
also they should experiment.
If they had Layla on, I'm sure people would have had maybe Simon's thesis would have been blown out of the water if they'd put Layla on there. Because
you can't, Andrew. You can't have personal preferences as a thesis for anything.
Michael, Simon's proposition then of chucking out. But look, I get where you're coming from, but I think they do it well though on this album. I think DVD.
I am,
and certainly it certainly gave Eric the foundation to be taken seriously as a musician as opposed to a guitar player, which was something I think that he secretly desired.
Yeah, no, it's fine, and I think experimentation, doing new things, taking your songs to different places is all perfectly valid artistically. There is no, I have no issue. As I say, this is only a personal issue for me. And it stretches. It's one of those things that I recognise in myself. Whenever I hear a song and it starts off and then the orchestra comes in, for some reason it's just not my thing at all. And I get strangely kind of turned off by having an orchestra. And this is, this has got nothing to do with, and I recognise Michael, and I think you're right. You know, if you're an artist and you're doing bell bottom blues and you played it for 20 years or whatever, and Bob Dylan is the greatest exponent of this ever. You know, that you want to change it around a bit. You want to, take it to some other place and see if it works, and that is completely, valid as an artistic journey. Absolutely. As I say, this is not about artistic journeys and validity. This is about my prejudice, which I think is quite amusing, really. It doesn't hold any real water, because as I say, I thought it was fun to say it.
Well, I think we need to still hear Michael's rating on Edges of Darkness, because we haven't actually got that. Because I really interrupted him when he was doing his demonstration to see more, and then I got sidetracked. So I'd love to hear what Michael wanted to say about that.
Sure. So to quickly finish up or wrap up on Edge of Darkness, you can tell by listening to that song or that performance that Eric kind of engages his mid-boost sound. And I'll just demonstrate how that changes the sound quickly. So, whoops, 1 second. Okay, so if I add more mid-boost to it, the sound gets fatter or thicker and louder. And you could hear it in Eric's guitar tone. When he's soloing, he's got this mid-boost engaged, and eventually he rolls that mid-boost off, and the tone cleans up a little bit. So that was something that I noticed. And at the very end of the song, I think Clapton's guitar, his low E string is kind of out of tune, and I'm surprised they didn't correct it or anything in post-production, but I guess it's fine because it was an amazing performance. And again, the end has a spotlight on Eric, and Eric gets to play a little bit, and then the band takes the song out, and it's a very big, epic outro, and it's just the perfect way to end this magnificent album. And after you've watched that, you're just like, was this all one person? Did I just was this hour and a half one person? This one person's body of work or selected body of work, and that's just 13 songs, and some of them are not even his. Some of them, I would say a good percentage of them are covers or songs written by other people, but it's what he brought to these songs and what his band brought and how it was all presented. From start to finish, it's just, again, a journey. And I don't think there's anything like it from one artist. And it's my favorite live album of all time until I find something else. But I don't think I will.
So my top three.
So you're
did I rate it? 10 out of 10.
Beautiful. That's what I was going to do.
Ends the loop. End the loop.
And thank you, mate, for extending all your knowledge there. That was wonderful. So thank you so much. For me, Edges of Darkness, I mean, Simon's probably not going to like me for saying this, but I think that orchestration on this song is an integral part of this song. Without it, it wouldn't be a song. So
yeah.
The reason I think that he wanted to do the orchestrated nights were to highlight songs like Edges of Darkness, because you couldn't do it without an orchestra, which the song was originally written as a soundtrack, wasn't it? Am I mistaken there? That was a soundtrack song?
No, it's a 1980s sort of sci-fi detective thing. Yeah. A detective's daughter is killed by by a
But
company doing eco damage, basically.
it's a soundtrack, though, is it? It's just like
No,
a sound.
it's the theme tune.
Okay.
Yeah, the theme tune
It's
to
the
the
theme tune to it,
think
which is why it sounds
three-part
very
thing.
cinematic. Yeah,
Yeah.
It was pretty revolutionary when it came out.
Yeah.
yeah. To
So
know the
the,
environmental thing.
The overall epicness of that song, you know, I gave it a 10 out of 10.
Yeah, it's eerie, isn't it? It's an eerie tune. I think, yeah, yeah, spacey, eerie. I think it's an interesting selection for the last tune on the DVD. Yeah, very interesting. I don't know why it's the last. Maybe we got some opinions on that, but I thought maybe. Well, let's put it this way: if you go and have a look at all the DVDs that Eric Clapton has released since then, it's either Cocaine, Sunshine of Your Love, or that normally ends the night, but probably not even. What was the set list? Hold on, guys. I'll be able to. Hold on. It's a question. What was the
You've got
set
to
list?
remember this DVD was compiled over like multiple performances, so they've just picked, and they've obviously thought that's just a good way to end the DVD, possibly because Eric's playing on it on guitar is phenomenal.
Yeah.
So on Orchestra Night, the set list was Layla, Crossroads, Bell Bottom Blues, Lay Down Sally, Holy Mother, I Shot the Sheriff, Hard Times, Can't Find My Way Home, Edge of Darkness, so that didn't end it, Old Love, Wonderful Tonight, White Room, Concerto for Electric Guitar and Orchestra, First Movement, Concerto for Electric Guitar and Orchestra, Second Movement. Oh, guess what, guys? And Layla and Sunshine of Your Love ended the set.
Yeah.
There you go.
Do you know, Andrew? Do you know if they're radically different arrangements? Say, for instance, Layla, has it got a radically? I don't know if you've heard it.
Well, the orchestrated version, yeah, there's stuff on YouTube. The orchestrated version, he played it with the 9-piece band as well.
Yeah,
It's phenomenal.
It's phenomenal. I actually love the 9-piece band version of Layla that's out there, but the orchestrated version should have been on this.
Should have been. I agree. I would have taken off. What did I say? Bell Bottom Blues and put Layla on.
I would have added Layla. Leave them all on there, but add
Okay.
Layla.
All right then.
I would have removed Worried Life.
Make it 2 hours.
But Layla.
Well, what do you think, Michael? Out of those versions of Layla that you've probably seen, which would you prefer to have seen on there?
I like the 9-piece one. I didn't enjoy the orchestra version of Layla. I think maybe it was too busy or something like that.
Yeah.
Yeah, I felt that way about other orchestrated songs that didn't make it to DVD from bootlegs.
Yep.
Things were kind of too busy, and it didn't fit. It didn't fit and breathe the same way that all the other songs worked, and that's probably why they didn't include it. But I don't know. I don't know why they made the decisions that they did.
For the purpose of the DVD, I think the orchestrated version should have been on here, but preference, I think the 9-piece version of Layla was amazing, like phenomenal.
Yeah.
Probably one of the best live versions I've heard of Layla, full stop.
Yeah, his voice is killer on it.
Yeah. He's singing on it. But I still think this era, he was singing it amazingly. I think he was focusing a lot on his voice.
Yeah. Yeah, I wish Crossroads was included because there's a really good performance from that first night from January 24th, 1990. That's on YouTube. That whole night is actually on YouTube. And you can see all the songs that made it from that night: White Room, Sunshine, and Running on Faith. That all happened in one night with the 4-piece band. And it would be cool if they included something like Crossroads, which was also a really good performance from that night. His voice is great. I love the arrangement. It's different. It's definitely different from Cream, and it's got a different feel from the way he does it now. There's more oomph. But then again, that was 30 years ago.
Yeah.
Wow, we were that young when we were listening to it.
Yeah. Another thing about this album, 24 Nights kind of spoiled me in terms of the live sound. I just loved hearing live music, and I wanted to hear live music after this. I wanted to find the best live versions of songs and not necessarily listen to the studio versions, because they just they don't really get recorded or captured with the right emotion or right energy. And if you talk about the Journeyman album, which is a great album, and the songs and the performances are great, if you put it side by side with 24 Nights, they're completely different performances.
I would rather
two different animals.
I'd rather hear the live versions from 24 Nights than the recorded version.
Yeah.
Yep.
And I'll just look for better live versions of the studio counterparts.
Yeah.
I'm glad they didn't do Hound Dog. I'm glad that was nowhere near this live album, because Journeyman suffers because of that song. And it's interesting that the producer Russ said to Eric to record it.
Yeah.
Gosh.
How many other artists can capture, a live sounding performance in studio? Not many. Maybe a band like Rush could capture a live performance with the drums and capture the energy accurately. But how many bands can capture that energy in a studio? Maybe Pink Floyd could capture the energy. The Beatles could capture that energy.
I think there's quite a lot of bands in the late 60s and early 70s, Michael, because that's how they recorded. Led Zeppelin recorded
all playing
in
together.
a room, all playing in a room together.
With
and
like
therefore,
minimal overdubbing, but
Page went back and did the overdubs afterwards for the guitars. But all those basic Led Zeppelin tracks are the four of them in a room together.
Right, and that's why those performances
that's why they're brilliant.
Hit us differently.
Yeah,
and I wish more was recorded that way, where we were getting that energy and we were getting that performance. It wasn't this everything is the same volume type deal. Every instrument is compressed and perfect, and there's no breathing room, no dynamic. And that's what is so amazing about 24 Nights.
Yeah. I think I think there's a cycle, and I think the 80s and the 90s were about control, and people absolutely didn't play in rooms then. They played individual. You go in and you build a track, from scratch. You'd lay down the drums to a click track, and then the bass player would go in and lay down, and then the guitar player, and that's how it would work. And that was about control and about, getting a pristine kind of recording rather than then. But I think these days, because recording is expensive and it's difficult, lots of bands, if they're a band, they will go in and they'll record stuff live because it's a quick way of getting through it, and then you can tidy it up later in kind of post-production, and I think that's how it's much more working like that now. I have some friends of mine who are in a band called the Blue Aeroplanes, and they have three guitar players, by the way, but they've always recorded live. Basically, Gerard says that the basic tracks will all be recorded live.
Yeah.
So you can make an album, you go away and you rehearse, you can make an album in a week because, you can lay down the basic tracks in a day or two, all of the backing tracks, and then you do a couple of days of, overdubs and vocals, and then you mix.
Right.
And actually that work, that's still a valid way of working. And I think it's, these days that's, it happens more than it used to.
Just keep in mind, though, that the 24 Nights thing wasn't an epic amount of gigs.
2 years, wasn't it? Over 2 years.
Yeah, and these are just highlights, the snapshots.
Yeah,
but we're just grateful and blessed that we've got these. And I agree with you, Michael. I was spoilt when I heard this, and I wanted everything to sound as good as this live. I was chasing live versions of everything from Led Zeppelin to all the way through to my heroes, and going through, and I could never find anything anywhere near as good as this Clapton wise from previous.
That's why live Rust is so much better than Rust Never Sleeps, because of the live, that live component. I was a little bit like that too. I always wanted to get the live stuff as opposed to the studio stuff, and we're a little bit spoilt now, aren't we? Because we got most of the stuff on Spotify that was mentioned earlier in the chat, and that we talk about often. When you're a young guy, you could, unless you worked in a record store like Simon, and you could pinch a couple of records every week, or you knew someone who worked in a record store that you could just go and help.
I would like to point out, Mr. Walton, that I got a Saturday bonus of records, and I did not.
He did not pinch his records.
Thank you so much.
But yeah, no. I appreciate the fact that is that the album for next week?
No.
Oh, okay.
No, I don't think so. Look what it's called. It's called Tribute to Woody Guthrie. That's not a British blues album.
No.
By a distance.
Guys, we've been going 4 hours, and it's been a marathon show. I appreciate you, Michael, coming on and giving us an in-depth analysis and presentation on this album that's so dear to us. And I hope the passion and the knowledge that Michael gave will allow you all, anyone in the chat and anyone watching the replay, to go back and negotiate this in a different way. Because if Simon and Brad, we always try to give that impression that it's about going back and listening to something with a new set of ears. And if our show has helped anyone do that, well, we've done our job. Thank you, Michael, and thank you, Simon, for allowing us to stick our noses in and wet our teeth and indulge our passion with Eric Clapton on this show. And we look forward to being back with the usual co-hosts next week when Simon, ta-da! Bad Company. Oh my gosh. Hold on. I'm going to present him.
We just had Simon Kirk on my podcast.
Oh, there we are.
Oh, really?
Yeah, he's
a great Simon Kirk.
He is so cool.
Yeah.
Some amazing stories. Amazing drummer.
Oh, I'll listen to that. Yeah.
We'll put your link.
Bad Company.
We'll put your link, Michael, to your podcast. If you can send me that link to that show so I can attach it on the bottom here, that would be great.
Yeah.
Thank you, Deja Voodoo. Look, when we do some Clapton stuff again, we'll get a thumbs up. Thumbs up, everyone, if you want Michael to come back when we do some Clapton stuff in the future. We'll work something out. But thank you, Michael. Thank you, Brad.
Thank you.
4 hours, bro. Thank you, Simon. Wow.
4 hours, 9 minutes.
It's over twice the album length.
Spend more time listening, talking about it than playing it.
Yeah.
No, appreciate it. Thank you, guys.
Thank you, Michael, for your insights and your playing and everything.
Really cool, Michael.
Thank you guys for having me and allowing me to do this. It really means a lot.
No, we'll get you on for some more. Simon, can you say goodbye for us? And we're going to split because I got a dog to run, food to eat.
Yeah. Well, so thanks, Brian Spalding. Thank you yesterday, Brian. It was really good yesterday. Hearing your tales, fantastic stuff.
Thank you, Brian.
Tanner. Thank you, Mark. We've had lots of banter in the chat. Warren, of course, Warren. Take care, man. We'll see you next week. Deja Voodoo.
Warren.
Thanks, Deja Voodoo. Really cool. Thank you very much. Who else have we had? We've had, of course, Alan Gerber. Teresa Maria de Souza. Thank you, Teresa, for dropping by. Johnny Heartbreaker. Nelson, of course, Nelson Rodriguez. Supporters all. I don't know. I know Sonia was around earlier, wasn't she? Sonia around earlier? Maybe not. I think that's all the people I can think of who came in. So apologies if I've missed anybody, but thank you all very much for tuning in, and we'll see you next week. Have a safe week and take care.
One more thing, guys, who are in the chat, make sure you hit the notification button, because we're going to let you guys know when we're going to do the live draw for the Van Halen t-shirt. Now, the best way we decided that we were going to do that is we were going to draw the name of somebody, and you have to be in the chat live to get it. So that way we can not be accused of rigging anything, and we'll give everyone a number, and we'll get someone to randomly pick a number, and that person's going to win the Van Halen t-shirt. Yeah, we haven't organised the date yet, but it's coming. It's coming.
Ring that bell.
Yeah, ring the bell. Oh, hold on. Okay, I wouldn't. Okay, hold on. One more. I know you guys want to go. I know we got dogs to. Hold on. So just hold on. So if you got here, there he is. That's Michael.
Yeah.
Catch him there.
Doing cool
Show
stuff.
him some love. Tell him that our show, the British Electric Blues show, sent you there. So go and see him. There's Brad. Again, Brad will keep you up to date. There's Simon. Let's get Simon going on Instagram. He's rattling those cages.
I have a technology gap.
Simon, are you on Facebook?
I am on Facebook. Yeah.
Oh, okay. We need to be friends.
Cool.
Okay,
I'll
send you his link.
I'm much better on Facebook.
Every time I try to tag you, it just doesn't come up, or it's different Simon Williams.
Yeah, not an uncommon name.
Yeah,
right. There's only 50,000 of them.
Yeah. I'm only 33. Yes.
All right. Thank you. Oh, and Teresa. Goodbye, Teresa. Okay, guys. You guys are awesome. Thank you very much. We're going to hit the video and do funny things outside the frame of the video, like we always do. Hold on. I'll make sure I end the broadcast button like we, I think we did that a couple of shows with, and we're still being funny or silly, weren't we?
Yeah.